The August 19th, 2020 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for hearing impaired viewers. Made possible through the underwriting from the Howard Hughes Corporation, developers of Summerlin. Please note, customers of CenturyLink and Cox Communication may view this program in high definition on Channel 1002 and in standard definition on Channel 2. You may also watch this meeting live on Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, on the Go Vegas app. Council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv/live. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., Friday 4 a.m., Saturday 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during meeting today, please evacuate using the exits, the back of the chambers, go out the mezzanine, proceed out the double doors to the terrace, and go down the back staircase. Anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a fire marshal or a marshal for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from from City Hall, Lewis and First Streets. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related items on the agenda, citizen participation and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to our city clerk up front. Cards are available in the clerk's office or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone's present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please see our city clerk staff up front. If you parked in the parking garage across the street, a self-validation machine is located in the foyer between City Council chambers and the security desk you walk through to enter the chambers. You must have your ticket with you to use the machine, but if you don't, seek security personnel when exiting for a validation coupon. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Reverend Carlton R. Fogg Jr., Post Commander, VFW 36, Chaplain, VFW District 6, and please remain standing for the pledge.
Please join me in prayer. Gracious Father, we thank you for gathering here today for this council meeting to conduct the business for the city of Las Vegas. Father, I ask you to be with all of our city elected officials as they work on ways to keep our great city running efficiently during this pandemic. Give them wisdom and guidance to conduct this mission during these trying times. I ask that you be with all of the affected with this pandemic and help them to recover from it. Bless our first responders who put their lives on the line every day to keep us safe and well. I also ask that you be with the family of Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Lieutenant Eric Lloyd as he is laid to rest today, and give his family strength and guidance during this time of mourning. And I ask that you keep all of us in your graces and peace. Amen. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mayor.
It is a very special morning for us. Lieutenant Lloyd was so special to this city and all that he created for us as we had the foundation set up for him as he took care of all those families who lost officers in duty to the city. And so it's with a great deal of prayer and sadness that we send our condolences and love to the family as they put the lieutenant to his final rest. And so it is a special morning, and we're really a tough time for us all, and it's because we have faith and we love the city and are so proud of everything that goes on that we continue to move forward. And I think it's a combination of the love for the city and the mix and diversity of our peoples that really sets Las Vegas apart from anywhere else in the country and perhaps in the world. We're a special state and a special community. So many of our staff work so hard to stay ahead of the game and bring more back through education and through all that they do in experiences and volunteering and helping us through this time. And you know, what keeps us going in these meetings so often but never noticed really with proper gratitude are our city clerks. And I want to take special moment right here. We have a lady that sits right here that keeps everything going, Stacy Campbell. If you could just stand up for a moment so they could see your face. This lady, this lady has completed the Master Municipal Court session, and we are so proud of you. This isn't rinky-dink or just go on the computer and find an easy way to do it. This is hours and hours of work and being involved in the community. And every member of our staff knows what goes on in the clerk's office, but it's behind the scenes, the truth of how wonderful our people are. So Stacy, thank you for moving forward. We're proud of you. We're proud of you. You know, it's a difficult time, and we miss our ceremonials. There's so many people that do so much and really make a difference here because they're forever trying to help others and make the city a better place. And that only comes through education, experience, giving, being selfless, and not thinking me, I all the time. How can I make everything better? So, again, Stacy, aren't you lucky? Watch your job carefully. So, okay, we're going to move on to agenda item 5. Okay. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium, state your name for the record. It's your opportunity to address the council, but the council will not be responding or engaging in dialogue. We will set the time at 1 minute. And I'd ask the city clerk to explain how our e-comments are going to be working and read any public comments that we have to this item, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Viewers can follow along with the meeting by watching our live stream on KCLV Channel 2 on YouTube or by accessing our meetings and agendas page on the city's website at lasvegas.primegov.com/portal/search. Any and all persons are encouraged to send comments and written objections electronically prior to the meeting via email to meetingcomments@lasvegasnevada.gov. Emails received up to an hour before the meeting will be considered public record, read during the item, and included in the backup. Comments can also be submitted via the city's website during the meeting at www.lasvegasnevada.gov/council-comment. All comments received during the meeting will be considered public record, read during the item, and included in the backup. Late emails and comments received on an item after action has been taken will not be read, but will be included in the backup. A time limit may be imposed on the comments read for the record, as is standard practice when comments are made in person. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have any public comments?
No, ma'am, we don't.
Okay, and seeing none here, we'll move on to agenda items. Yes, please come forward and state your name for the record. And if you would, yes, thank you, so we can see your magnificent face. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. My name is Troy Hagan, and I'm the Chief Commercial Officer for Falck USA, and I'm just here to speak in favor of agenda item number 36. And, you know, Falck grows and provides ambulance services through competitive processes, and we believe that competitive processes are the best ways for cities to ensure that they're getting the very best service that they can. And we just look forward to the opportunity to come into Las Vegas should the city move forward with that. So, thank you.
Wonderful. Stay safe, and we hope to see you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to make comment, please come forward. Okay, we'll close public comment then, and we'll move on to agenda item 6. Business item for possible action, items from 9 a.m. session that the council staff or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. And Mayor Pro Tem Anthony?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of items. Item 60 and 61, variance 78439 and MSP 78440. Applicant is Kalita Residential, DC Rampart owner at 8791 Alta Drive. The applicant has asked that item be obeyed till September 2nd, 2020. Item number 62, SUP 78301. Applicant Deep Roots Medical, owner CLK Holdings Bruce at 5991 West Cheyenne. The applicant has asked that be obeyed till September 2nd, 2020. Item number 71, variance 78681, applicant Kalita Residential, owner Centennial, owner South at 5850 Sky Point Drive. The applicant has asked that be obeyed till September 16th, 2020. Item number 72, report by Scott Adams on emerging issues. Staff has asked that also be stricken. And then items 9 and 36. Item 9 is a business impact statement for an ambulance contract service provider. And item number 36 is a discussion on a request for proposal for ambulance service, medical services. Apparently, our city manager and our acting fire chief have told us that they're very close to negotiating an extension of AMR's contract. They want to bring that to the city council for discussion and action. So I'm going to ask those two items be stricken and then brought back after we have had a discussion and action on extension of AMR's contract. So we'll hopefully see that extension of a contract brought to us in 30 days. And then once we have done something with that, then we can bring back the two items to conduct an RFP on any auxiliary items that we need to do an RFP on that are not included in that contract extension. So that will be my motion.
Yes, Councilman Creer?
Thank you. I just have need some clarity on what we're doing with 9 and 36, because at our briefings, this is obviously in contrast to what our earlier briefings were briefed upon, and I'm trying to understand exactly what is happening with this, because there was going to be an extension of that AMR contract to move forward with that, and then there was going to be potentially an RFP that was going to go out for additional services and additional hours. And so I'm trying to understand why we aren't moving forward with that process for whatever reason. But I think that to have that conversation here today and to make a determination on if we should strike this, I personally don't have enough information to understand exactly what it is and where this is going, because we were not briefed on this prior.
And let me, if I might add, because Councilman Knutson would like to comment too, and then Mr. Adams, or where is our attorney? Brian Scott, we may want you in the conversation too, to make sure we're proceeding agendized items. Councilman?
Madam Mayor, thank you for the opportunity. I would just need to understand the impact of striking item number 9 on any subsequent RFP process. And then I'd want to hear from our city manager and potentially the fire chief on their next steps pending striking those two items on this agenda prior to me voting on it.
Okay. And since this is part of moving forward, on the agendized items that are held in abeyance. Is this an appropriate time? Should we take the other items, get through with this piece, and come back to this?
Why don't we do that, Mayor? That'd probably be easier if
Okay.
we can come back to this.
So with your permission,
I'm sorry, City Attorney Brian Scott for the record as well.
yes.
Before we take a motion on that, I see that item number 72 is asked to be stricken by staff. 72 is our city manager's emerging issues. I don't know if you're going to change the route, but on 72 in our briefing yesterday, our manager, Scott Adams, was going to make sure he publicly talked about our, the new 30 rule, to where at Thursday at 11:59 PM, the bars are going to be opened again at 50%, where people can sit at the bars. You don't have to order a hot dog.
Okay,
You don't
if
have
I
to-
may, I did mention and asked an inquiry
Yeah.
to our city manager, and he gave me a very quick response this morning. He could address that if it's all right to answer Councilwoman Fiore's
That's fine,
question,
Mayor.
then we'll go back.
That's fine.
So I know what I said in briefing yesterday, but I think I also prefaced it prior to saying that I wanted to get it right. And at this point, I'm not comfortable in our interpretation of Directive 30. I think there's still some question about what's happening, and it isn't, I don't think it's appropriate for me to say, make a blatant statement that bars are going to open until it's crystal clear that's going to take place. And so that was my only thing that I was going to report on emerging issues, and because I don't have clarity, I don't have anything to report on emerging issues.
Yeah.
Okay?
Thank you.
So, thank you very much. So what I'd like to do here, with your permission, Mayor Pro Tem, is take off the comment for striking 9 and 36, and go back and pass the original comment that you made, which was referencing obeying 60 and 61, 62, 71, and 72, and would take that as your motion. Is that all right?
That's good.
Okay, let's all vote, please. And then please post. And that motion carries, and so now let's get back to the discussion of the motion, which is still on the floor right now. Getting back to you, Mr. Scott.
City Attorney Brian Scott for the record, Your Honor. Was there a reason why we didn't, why you weren't going to obey items 9, 49, and 36, Councilman? Or Mayor Pro Tem? 9, 49, and 36? 9 is the business impact statement.
49 is a new bill, so there's no action.
Microphone.
Yeah, when I looked at it again, 49 is a new bill,
Okay.
and we can handle, that's not even up for action, right? I mean, it doesn't
It's not
say
up
we
for
can
action
vote.
now, but it'll come in the normal course. I'm
Yeah,
not
so
sure
we-
exactly when you're going to be bringing these back, so you may want to hold that as well.
Yeah, that's fine. If you
Okay.
think we should hold it, that's.
Yeah, because it'll keep going in the process if
Okay.
you don't do that.
I'm with you on that. That's item 49 also. Okay.
Okay. So now reference Councilman Knutson, Councilman Creer's questions.
Yes.
What were agendized for reference the motion on the floor.
Right, and I think the council was indicating that during their earlier briefing in the morning, they weren't briefed on as to why these items were being held, and I think that was done in the
Do you
afternoon.
want me to?
If you could, Mayor
To
Pro Tem, that'd be
clarify
great.
my motion, and
Yes.
then you can answer any questions
That'd be
and
great.
everybody.
Thank you.
So, and this is just my opinion based on the information I have. When we had our briefing, the city manager and the acting fire chief told us that they are very close to bringing an extension of AMR's contract. The current AMR contract expires in a couple of months. There's a clause in there that was put in when it was first approved that we can extend it for 3 years.
Correct.
So obviously, there has to be discussion on whether to extend it for 3 years. Our city manager and acting fire chief told us that they are this close to bringing an extension, the 3-year extension. They just have to iron out a couple of details, and they want to bring it to the city council for us to discuss and take action on it.
Right.
So my own personal feeling was that it was premature to do an RFP on ambulance services until we know exactly what the contract extension is, and we approve that first. And then the way it was explained is there are some other auxiliary ancillary issues that deal with ambulance service in the city of Las Vegas that would be a good idea to put out for an RFP. But I don't really know what those are until we have the contract to discuss with AMR. So my feeling was they said they can bring it back in 30 days, the extension, so we bring that back here. We discuss and vote on the extension, and then, as soon as that's done, we bring the RFP back. I'm not saying don't bring the RFP back. We probably, my own personal feeling is, there's probably some justification for doing some RFPing, but that would be discussed after we do the contract extension. So that's why I wanted to strike those two, now 3 items, and bring them back once we have a full discussion on the contract extension. So that is the reasoning for my motion, and I'll leave it to everybody else.
And Mayor, that's probably the amount
Can
of...
I ask him one more question before you respond, Mr. Scott? Rather than, if you would, Mayor Pro Tem, your reasoning for striking rather than obeying?
Well, if, it could be obeyed if we had I just don't know when we would obey it to, because I'd have to have, I could obey it for, they've told us 30 days they can bring it back for discussion, so we could obey it for, 3
My
meetings.
So Mayor, at this
Why?
I
point,
just don't
at this
know.
point, Mayor, I think we're going to need to know exactly what the will of council is. In this instance, if you want to strike numbers 9, 49, and 36, we'll need to have a vote on that. And then we'll need to have a vote to determine whether or not you want to bring back an item to extend AMR's contract, or if you want to go with the RFP method. So we need some direction from this council to determine exactly where we want to go with these.
Madam Mayor, may I ask a question?
Okay,
real
well,
quick?
let me go back to Councilman Knutson, who had asked the question with Councilman Creer, and then pick up Councilwoman also.
Mr. Scott, thanks
Yes.
for taking the time to be here. I just want to verify, I understand the intent of Mayor Pro Tem Anthony in having a conversation 30 days from now after the extension, and I'm comfortable with that. Does going forward with items number 9 and 49 preclude continued conversations with AMR?
It does not, Council.
So that would be my recommendation, Mayor, is I don't see why we couldn't go forward with those 2 items and also go forward with conversations with AMR.
Okay, and Councilwoman and...
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And based on the information we received in the briefing yesterday, I really don't see the conflict that there is being put forth in terms of wanting to obey it or belabor these agenda items. I know that when we met earlier this year to identify the council priorities, we know that public safety is one that our community is very, very passionate about. And we receive very high rankings for our fire department. And I know that our outgoing chief, McDonald, was working on this process already, and then now our interim chief is also continuing to work with our city manager on how can we provide the best services for our residents. I just wanted to raise the point that right now during COVID times, all of us are having to tighten our belts at home, with our budgets, everywhere. And it will be no different here for the city of Las Vegas. And I also think that if we don't have RFP processes, it will be a missed opportunity for us to ensure that we're getting the most in our investment. And I think that it wouldn't be a bad idea to even open the RFP, but based on what I heard from the chief and the city manager, that they're comfortable renewing the franchise contract with AMR, I just don't see where that renewal of that franchise contract is going to have any conflict with 9 and 49 and 36. And if I'm missing something, Mr. Scott, can you point out where there may be a conflict? And
I'm not sure if the manager's office has anything to say in furtherance of this, but...
Scott Adams, city manager.
Wait, if you could, don't, this is so, sorry, guys. Sorry. Gentlemen. Okay, could you repeat the question? So this is critical.
I was, Mayor, I was just...
Hurting, that's what
City
I
Attorney
do.
Brian Scott for the record. I was just seeing if the city manager had anything more to add before we went on.
And how about our acting fire chief? Would he, would you
Well,
need
Mayor,
any?
I don't want to get, I guess we don't want to get too far into this. I mean,
No, you keep
the
us-
current motion is
that's
to
why you're
strike,
here.
so let's maybe hear from Mr. Adams, and then we can go forward from
Okay,
Yeah, I go back to what I said in yesterday morning's briefing, and I tried to say in yesterday afternoon's briefing, which is it's our intent to proceed to develop a
Wait,
hybrid.
I'm stopping again. Okay, let's try it again. Start again, please. I know, I don't know what I'm gonna do with the two of you. Please,
Okay.
start again your comment.
So it's our intent to, and it was our recommendation in briefings, and it's our recommendation today to move forward with both. Move forward with extending our franchise agreement with AMR, but also issuing an RFP such that we could explore what proposals are given that can be provided to the city by other providers to provide contract services to the city that would augment our ability to better provide emergency medical services to our citizens. They are not mutually exclusive. As a number of the council members have aptly pointed out, they can both happen together, and I hate to even say this because I think it helps us in our negotiations with AMR, and I don't want to characterize an extension as a simple extension. I don't believe it's that simple. I mean, this is a major franchise agreement respecting the provision of ambulance or emergency medical services for a city of 650,000 people. That, we just don't unilaterally extend without extensive discussions and extensive negotiations.
And Mayor, currently, we're not agendized for any discussion about an extension right now. All the thing we're agendized for are the,
That was the question I was asking the city attorney is we're not agended for a discussion on the franchise agreement for direction to staff. I put this item on with a great deal of thought, the backing of my professional team, the assistant fire chief, my chief public safety services officer, that we proceed with both, to explore both, but I think we stated in the briefing that it's our intent to renew with AMR. But it's also our intent to explore the opportunity to seek contract services. So and they're not mutually exclusive. One does not preclude the ability to do the other. If we explored contract services, it doesn't mean we're not going to extend with AMR. And I am reluctant to commit that we can bring an AMR extension within 30 days. And I was reluctant yesterday in briefing, and I'm reluctant right now. I have to stand on what I just said, which is, this is a major agreement.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Adams. My whole thing is, what are we permitted to do with the agenda before us, and what are we not permitted to do? Because you know my first stop's always legal.
you're not permitted to discuss a AMR franchise extension at this point in time because it's not agendized on this particular agenda. You are able to, if the motion to strike fails, you are able to have a discussion with regard to possible action authorizing the city manager to issue a request for proposal in accordance with standards established by the Las Vegas Fire Rescue for the delivery of emergency medical services, and you're able to discuss, if the motion to strike fails, the business impact statement, which is on your consent agenda, or the issuance of a business impact statement, which is on your consent agenda. Those are the two things you're able to discuss.
And therefore, the first thing to do is, unless anybody else has comment, yes, please, Councilwoman Seaman.
Well, it's apparent to me that this subject obviously needs more discussion before we take a vote on these items. That's why I'm supporting the move to strike it for now. But public safety is one of my top concerns and something I take very seriously. Having said that, our ambulance response system is not something I'm trying to fix because to me, it doesn't seem like anything's broken, especially during this time of COVID. We're talking about exploring and doing A, B, and C with an RFP, and we're in the middle of COVID right now. I understand that you're looking at more revenue. However, I think it's time for us to continue with renewing that contract rather than going backwards. I feel like what we're doing here is we're doing things backwards. So I want to see if you can continue on with what you're doing before we vote on an RFP, and that is why I am going to vote to strike, and I'd like to revisit them once we've secured our contract.
Okay, any other comments, questions? Your light's on?
I have a
Or is
question,
that-
Madam Mayor.
Yes, please.
It sounds to me that we're talking really about the same thing. And I think we're talking about the procedure of how we go about doing it.
Correct.
Right? Because there
Right.
seems to be a climate here that says we want to move forward with the franchise agreement, the negotiations with AMR. That doesn't seem to be a topic of discussion amongst
Correct.
anybody. And
It's
then
just the
there's-
order in which you do
And
it.
then there's a topic of moving forward with an RFP for the additional services that may or may not be offered.
Correct.
And so I think the question may be to say, could we again, I'm throwing this out there, move forward with that direction, but then also add in the premise to once a contract is finalized with AMR, then they move forward with the additional RFP for the additional services. Because we're either going to do that now, or we're going to do it 60 days from now with the exact same thing, instead of belaboring it and having another conversation and going back and forth.
Right.
Is that, and I'm throwing that out there.
No,
Everybody
I
else can
think-
please.
I think you
It sounds
have
like,
the essence.
it sounds to
Right.
of what we're talking about.
Right, and I think it's what this is.
Instead of striking it,
inferred.
just get it off the plate and move forward with it, and we can talk about some
Right.
other issues.
All right, so should we call for the question, or
Well,
do you want to respond to?
Let me just clarify, now that I've heard everybody, let me just
Maybe if we can have the city manager just chime in for 1
First,
second.
all
with
right,
regard
if
to-
that's all right with you, please.
Scott Adams again, city manager. Let me be very transparent here. We believe there may need to be provisions placed in the franchise agreement to allow the city to contract for additional services. And if we approve the franchise agreement as is, on an extension, we may not have the ability to contract.
But
And if we do both simultaneously, I feel like I'm negotiating and I'm giving the other side all my cards. And that's,
And again, Mayor, because the franchise agreement currently is not on your agenda,
Right.
we're going a little far afield. So let's
Okay.
maybe just stick back with the,
Okay.
you know.
Okay, so
And
let
so
me,
let's have
let
Pierre
me make my
reiterate.
final
Okay.
comments, and then I'll tell you what my motion is, and so we basically have two different issues going on here. We have a discussion that we're not supposed to have about.
Well, no, we're not having that discussion. We're not having that
Well,
discussion.
let me say it this way. Our city manager and our fire chief have told us they basically said they're going to recommend extending the contract. They're going to bring it to, they're going to bring it to us for discussion. So they're this close to it. I would like to see that first before I decide the parameters of what an RFP is going to look like on other things that we're going to do. So if they say they're going to recommend an extension, let me see that first. And then I'm actually in favor of doing an RFP for some other things that are important. And as Councilwoman Seaman said, we're right in the middle of, some medical issues right now with COVID, and the contract expires in a couple of months. So we need to, and the contract does provide for an extension. So I think the city council needs to vote on that first before we start talking about, so as Councilman Kerr said, we're talking about the same thing. It's just my own personal opinion, and that's why my motion is to strike these items until we discuss the contract extension. Then it is my opinion that we bring them back for a discussion on an RFP. So that's why that's going to be my motion, to strike all three of those.
Okay. And just for record, like I said, it does no harm to have this dual method that the city manager was talking about, because that means you don't have to reconsider it again later, at a later date, so.
So my direction is, my motion is to strike three, but my direction in the motion is to bring the contract extension that you are negotiating to us first. Once we have a decision on that, to bring these three items back for us to discuss on what we're going to do an RFP on. What exactly specifically is the RFP going to look at?
Gotcha.
And then we can have a robust discussion on those particular items, and my personal opinion is we're probably going to do an RFP on a couple of things.
Okay.
So that's going to be my motion.
Thank you, and that motion will stand as you have reiterated it. My only question to you is then, with striking it, it's a time not certain as to when this happens,
That means it's
correct?
completely gone, Mayor. We'll have to put it back on the agenda at a later date.
Okay. So we're okay here? I know that, Councilwoman, you had one more thing, sorry, but it's better to get it right. Yes?
Madam Mayor, I'm just concerned that striking these items puts us as a city behind the eight ball in the negotiations, as just stated by our city manager. I think that we are here in these seats to really be looking at the transparency, efficiency, and gaining as much as we can, representing our residents at the bargaining table too. And I feel that us striking these agenda items, we already had the word of our interim fire chief that what's that, franchise agreement would be extended with AMR. We have their word on that, and I don't think that that should play into striking these agenda items. Also, if we are looking to change how we deliver our services to our residents, this can hamper and hamstring our ability to do so. And I also wanted to clarify that AMR is not excluded from wanting to also partake in the RFP process that will come about for these auxiliary augmented services. So it's not excluding our current paramedic service provider. We need to do our due diligence. We were elected to be staunch conservatives of taxpayer dollars, and I think that we're missing an opportunity if we strike these items of our bargaining power. We're diluting our ability to negotiate our own vision for what we want of our fire department, and I don't think that that's what we should be doing. We should be trying to facilitate continuing to be the top fire department in the region, and if not, one of the top nationally. And many cities have gone to this hybrid model. This notion is not unfounded. I know that our staff have been meticulously researching it, and I think we need to stand by them, and we need to say, we need to protect our city interests too.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I'm calling for the question then. Anything more to that, Mayor Pro Tem? Nothing? Done. Okay. So there's a move to strike on 9, 36,
And
49. Does that instruction that was suggested inclusive to go back to council, to management?
To put an item on the agenda regarding the discussion and possible action to extend the AMR contract.
Right, and then also his comments remain there, and concern you can hear about an RFP.
To bring back the RFP at a later date.
And bring back the RFP. So, and it's a time uncertain because it's striking it rather than obeying to a time specific.
Correct. You're correct.
Okay, that is the motion, and please vote, and please post. Okay, and that motion has passed. So, thank you very much, Mr. Scott.
Thank you.
We'll move on to agenda item 7. For possible action to approve the final minutes by reference of the July 22nd, 2020 regular city council meeting. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Move for approval, Mayor.
Vote on the motion, please. And please post. Oh, okay. Thank you, that motion carries. We'll go on to agenda item 8. Items 8 through 35 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by the departments may be enacted in one motion. Note that the record should reflect my abstention on item 8 because it pertains to marijuana-related businesses. One of my sons is involved in that industry. I'll be voting on on all other items. Are there any items council wishes to bring forward?
Thank you,
Councilwoman.
Madam Mayor. May I please bring forward agenda item number 10 and agenda item number 11?
Okay. Any council persons down there, any other requests?
I have just a point of clarity. On item 19, I don't know if we need to pull this to make this clarity, but our park is going to be Historic West Side Legacy Park and not Leaders Park. So I'm not sure if that needs to be pulled or just mentioned for a point of clarity. I know there was some discussion back and forth what we're going to call it, but that's what it's called
Here we
officially,
go.
Legacy Park.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Mike Jansen, Public Works Director. Councilman Creer, to your point, I know we've met to address the name, and this name is simply matching the RFP that went out. If you recall, the RFP went out before we addressed the Legacy Park name, so it will definitely be officially called Historic West Side Legacy Park. This is just matching the paperwork that went out when the item was reviewed.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so Mayor Pro Tem,
Thank you, Mayor.
May I have
I
a
will
motion?
make a motion to approve consent agenda items 8 through 35, except for 9 that was stricken, and except for 10 and 11, which will be brought forward for discussion.
correct. So there's a motion, please vote, and please post. Motion carries, and agenda item 9, for possible action to approve a business impact statement. I'm sorry, I'm listening to you, it was 10. Sorry, 10, 11. For possible action to approve a Fifth Amendment to Disposition Development Agreement, DDA, between City Park 5, Inc. and Jackson Shaw Company to extend the close of escrow, extend the feasibility review period, and to submit a replacement schedule of performance for the development of a hotel on parcel B north bounded by Symphony Park Avenue to the north, Promenade Place to the east, Robin Leach Lane to the south, and Grand Central Parkway to the west. APN 139-33610-029 Symphony Park. And good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Goodman, members of City Council. Bill Lawrence, Director, Economic and Urban Development. This item before you is at the request of our partner, Jackson Shaw. As you know, the hotel market has been hit hard, not only locally, but nationally. We had hotel occupancy in April and May, unfortunately, within Las Vegas, hovering around 2%. It's starting to recover, thankfully, and we're appreciative of all of our resort partners in Las Vegas, but because of the pandemic, our partner has indicated that the capital markets are not currently available to proceed with this project under the current timeline in our current agreement, which required them to start construction November 1st of this year. So this request would be to extend that deadline by 1 year, 12 months. It would be one extension, and it would allow them to basically work with all of their partners on the lending side and also their preferred hotel partner, Marriott, to deliver a world-class project. Our partner, Jackson Shaw, developed the Renaissance Hotel across the street from the Las Vegas Convention Center, which has been a tremendously successful project. They have a lot of experience in this area. So we are recommending approval of this 1-year extension. There's no financial impact to the city. We are not changing any of the financial terms for the contract. We recommend approval, and I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Were there any indications, if in fact things eased up and we had a change in anything, that they would go ahead and move earlier? Or by this vote, are we absolutely confining it to 1 year?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, for the record, Bill Lawrence. This would be a deadline, so their intention would be to move forward as quickly as they can. They've indicated that they have as much as $3 million invested already in the project. So time is money, especially when it's your own money invested in the project. So they want to move forward as quickly as they can, but they need their financial partner with them as far as the lender to invest with them. So they want to move forward as quickly as they can, so it would be no later than 12 months after this original deadline of November of this year.
Okay, before I turn it over to Councilman Creer, any questions, comments? Yes, please, Councilwoman Fury.
Thank you. And I pulled this agenda item just to be on the record as to why I'm not going to support the extension for 12 months. Over the past 3 years that I've sat in this seat, as we've extended different projects, they have dwindled through and they have not held up to their bargain. And so I think when we go into partnerships with people, that we need to rest assured that they are financially able to keep their word and do this. We are having issues right now extending our own City of Las Vegas business, granting them some time because of COVID, and granting this developer an additional year. I'm going to vote against because I'm afraid this is going to go down the slippery slope of what I've seen and not come to fruition. And we have builders and we have construction companies and developers that have the capital that can get through this COVID and build. So because of that, Madam Mayor, I will not be supporting agenda item number 10.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Councilwoman Seaman, please.
Yes, while I'm definitely not against this project, I would have been open to a much shorter extension of escrow. I just don't feel granting a year extension is prudent when we do have other developers to build now in Symphony Park. And while it doesn't have a financial impact, we're not actually able to sell the property to someone who could be shovel-ready right now. So for this reason, I will not be supporting the year extension.
Thank you very much for your comments. Councilman Creer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Jackson Shaw is a world-class company based out of Dallas, Texas, and they are partnered with another world-class company in Marriott International. And we've had extensive conversations with Marriott. They brought their partner in at a very high level, too. Their director of, our vice president of development internationally for Marriott, who works on all their properties around the world, who happens to be a native Las Vegan, has stated that they are 100% committed to this project. And Jackson Shaw has stated they're 100% committed to this project. It's not like we're dealing with a mom and pop organization. We're dealing with a major company that has major resources, and they've committed to it. And I think that the time that we have put into working, and even this predates me on sitting on council, of getting that property, can't just be thrown away. I think the city has invested a lot as well as Jackson Shaw has invested a lot. And for us to get through this pandemic, we're going to have to work with our partners on both ends of the spectrum in order to get through this. I have every level of confidence that they are going to move forward with it. And they're going to build a very nice product. The product that they're building is an AC Marriott product, and I think it'd be vitally needed within the Symphony Park area. And I know that there's been some discussion about more apartments coming in and more rooms, and because of the pandemic, that doesn't seem like it's a smart move for us, but we do need that hotel. And it goes back to when originally that Symphony Park was slated for a hotel. I mean, if it was Charlie Palmer's, I think it was hotel that's supposed to come there, you would know, but we've always wanted a hotel product there, and I think this is our best chance of getting it as of right now. So I am 100% supportive of them, and I have all faith that they're going to get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion, and please vote.
For the record, are we reiterating to approve is a motion, I'm not sure who made the motion, if there's a motion to approve the extended?
Well, it was
Councilwoman Fiore made the motion to pull it.
To pull it, but it's in,
Okay.
she can certainly go forward.
Okay.
She is voting against it, and
Okay,
so
great.
it's in your ward, so I was giving it back to you.
Thank you. Well, then I will make a motion to approve item number 10.
Thank you.
Thank
There's a
you.
motion to approve agenda item 10.
The way this reads, for the record, it says to deny. It says active motion to deny. Huh?
We're trying to change it.
Our technology froze. Just give us 1 second.
Okay.
Okay, how about oral, and you can do that later? You got it? Okay. That's 10.
So for
that's okay.
clarification, this motion is made by Councilman Creer to approve it, and I'll be voting against it.
Right. Okay, here we go. Please vote, and then please post. And that motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll move on to agenda item 11 for possible action to approve a parking lease agreement between POB Las Vegas LLC and the City of Las Vegas to manage and operate a parking lot located at the southeast corner of Stewart and North Casino Center Boulevard, with rent established at 50% of monthly gross revenues. APM 13934501023, Ward 5, Councilman Creer and Councilwoman. You add for this one, do you want to start before we turn it over to Mr. Hart?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So on agenda item 11, and because it is in Councilman Creer's ward, we'll give it back to him to make the motion. But the reason why I will not be supporting agenda item 11 is, again, we have, for some reason, here in the city of Las Vegas, we sell extremely low and we purchase extremely high on real estate. And when I look at this particular property, we sold this at $23 a square foot, out of my control. It was not okay. And these people tried to then flip-flop it at $100 a square foot to our mob museum. So with this particular agenda item 11, I think that we undersold it, and now we're going into partners with them. It just doesn't sit well with me, and I'll be voting against it.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Any other comments? And Councilman Creer?
Thank you.
Please.
I make a motion for approval.
There's a motion to approve agenda item 11. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. So now, number 36 has been stricken. So number 37. Okay. Discussion for possible action regarding the Neighborhood Partners Fund, NPF, board recommendations to allocate $69,266.94 for 16 neighborhood projects. This is general fund in reference to all wards. And good morning.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and Council. Kathy Thomas, Director for the Office of Community Services. And I'm here today with our chair and board chair for the Neighborhood Partners Fund. So this fund is something that you all have supported year over year, and we're very appreciative of that. It encourages our neighbors to work together to address things like physical improvements, cultural events, public safety, recreation, or educational and tutoring programs in their neighborhood. The program allows matching grants up to $5,000 to neighborhood associations and homeowners associations, and the match can come through dollars or volunteer hours, donated supplies, or pro bono services. The program has been running for more than 22 years, and we have invested more than $4 million into our communities. A $1.3 million investment from the city has netted us a $3.3 million community investment through volunteer labor, business sponsorships, and in-kind donations. And this is so important as we want to emphasize that we are doing physical distancing, but staying socially connected through this program. I'm going to turn the presentation over to our chair and our board chair so they can talk about their recommendations for the 16 neighborhood projects that are totaling more than $69,000 with a total match that exceeds $95,000.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. For the record, I'm Gail Qualey, 8421 Dry Cliff Circle, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89128, Chair of the 2020-2021 Neighborhood Partners Fund Board, commonly called NPF. It's been my great pleasure to serve on the NPF board and learn about the exciting projects being planned for city neighborhoods by some very creative community volunteers and neighborhood leaders. I'd like to take a moment to introduce my fellow NPF board members and thank them for their participation. The NPF board is comprised of 6 city staff members and 7 neighborhood volunteers appointed by the mayor and the council's office. The members reviewed and evaluated projects and made difficult decisions pertaining to funding recommendations for the city council's approval. First, a large thanks to my NPF board vice chair, Larry Schultz, for his contributions, and to the remaining NPF board members for their analysis and suggestions during the process. If any board members are here today, please stand as introduce you. Mayor's Office, Neighborhood Representative Greg Toussaint. Ward 4, Mayor Pro Tem, Staff Designee Sally Christensen. Neighborhood Representative Chair, myself, Gail Qualey. Ward 6, Staff Designee Chance Bonaventura. Neighborhood Representative Vice Chair Larry Schultz. Ward 5, Staff Designee Tanya Jackson Renter. Neighborhood Representative David Kress. Ward 1, Staff Designee Dorian Stonebarger. Neighborhood Representative Matt Tramp. Ward 2, Staff Designee Brianna Ramirez. Neighborhood Representative Elizabeth Helgalen. Ward 3, Staff Designee Edelina Turaldi. Neighborhood Representative Susan Ferre. I'd like to thank them all very much. It's been a pleasure to work with everybody this year. Further, I would also like to thank Councilman Stavros Anthony for the opportunity to continue to serve on the board this year. I'm honored to participate in this amazing program and serve my community. The success of the NPF program requires strong outreach to the hundreds of neighborhoods within the city of Las Vegas limits. The outreach requires a well-coordinated effort among the community outreach staff, council staff, and Alma Estrada in the Office of Community Services, who helps with the overall management of this board. The board would like to thank them for their promotion made via regular mail, emails, extensive social media, articles written for the ward, newsletters, and visits to potential applicants. Our board members would also like to thank Alma Estrada in the Office of Community Services for her program coordination, patience, and assistance with each of our applicants as they navigate the process. The leadership and support in coordinating our meetings, scheduling applicant presentations. Because of her efforts, it's easier for us to all do our jobs. I would like to thank each of these groups that applied. While these wonderful projects are the end result, it's important to point out another valuable benefit of NPF, the building of community. Listening to applicants share the experiences of neighbors working together, getting to know one another, some for the first time, having the opportunity to interact with city personnel, visiting City Hall, sometimes for the first time, and working with local businesses and vendors through the process supports that we are all in this together. I would like to thank the council for your continued support and funding of this effective and beneficial program. And the NPF board recommends 16 NPF projects for fiscal year 2020-2021 in the following categories: 1 drainage project, 3 security safety, 3 beautification projects, 2 neighborhood watch programs, 2 community engagement projects, 3 social gatherings, 1 lighting project, and 1 cleanup. And I'd like to turn it over to Vice Chair Larry Schultz to read the recommendations.
Thank you so much, Gail. Thank you, Kathy. It's been a pleasure working with you and the rest of the team here in the city. Good morning, everyone. I'm Larry Schultz. I'm the Vice Chair of the Neighborhood Partners Fund Board. I've served on the board consecutively for the last 6 years, so that puts me close to probably maybe shy of Greg Toussaint, one of the senior people on the board. I also want to thank Councilwoman Fiore for trusting me to represent Ward 6 and continuing to allow me to serve the people of the city of Las Vegas. This has been an unusual year because we got a slow start because of COVID, but I guess that's affected everything everywhere around the world, so that's no different for Neighborhood Partners Fund Board. We've had to make a lot of significant process changes, and to my shock and amazement, the process worked okay after all the adjustments. And thanks to Alma Estrada, our staff liaison, and her leader, Kathy Gibson, because they really helped make it happen, and we really appreciate that. I also have to thank our city attorney, Brian Scott, because he also did a wonderful job in guiding us and assisting us and making sure that we didn't do any terrible things and we didn't do anything bad, we did good. So that was helpful. Most importantly, a big thank you to the community organizations. As Gail has said, and as Kathy has said, they're really the ones that put the pedal to the metal and the sweat equity to present these projects. And the whole thing is really to make their communities better. It's to make it through social engagement and to make it better through aesthetic improvements. And they've done a lot, and it's challenging during COVID, but it's all doable. And you know the old expression, where there's a will, there's a way. And the good news is our community organizations in the city of Las Vegas have an immense will, and we help them enable that and find the way, and I think we're doing that real well. So without any further ado, for the record, I need to read through the projects and the amount of money for each project. So we'll start, and initially we'll have a lot of Ward 1 projects. Ward 1 seemed to generate a lot of activity, which is wonderful. So that's good for them. So we'll start with Aurora Top Neighborhood Association, and we're recommending to council an award of $2,849.71. Next, the Buffalo Coalition Neighborhood Association, we're recommending an award of $5,000. The El Camino Community Association, we're recommending an award of $3,577.75. Then Glen Heather Estates Neighborhood Association, $4,800. Las Vegas Meadows Community Crusaders, $4,508.13. McNeil Estates Neighborhood Association, $2,882.79. Palomino Gardens Homeowners Association, $5,000. Rainbow Family Park Neighborhood Association, $4,330. Spanish Oaks Homeowners Association, $3,638.25. And lo and behold, we're leaving Ward 1 and going to Ward 3. So on Ward 3, we have the Beverly Green Neighborhood Association at $3,646.25. And then we move into another Ward 3 project, which is the Crestwood Neighborhood Association for $4,996. And then we have a few for Ward 4. And so Ward 4, we have Aviana HOA for $4,950. Then we have the Desert Shores Racquet Club HOA for $5,000. And we have the Turning Point Community Association for $5,000. And now we'll move to Ward 5. And with Ward 5, we have Minetta Lane Homeowners Association for $4,088.06. And last but certainly not least, in Ward 6, we have the Torrey Pines Estates Homeowners Association for a recommended amount of $5,000. That gives us a grand total of recommended awards of $69,266.94. And just for the record, the matching for all of these neighborhood groups comes to between labor, sweat equity investment, cash, and the in-kind and the like, it comes to $95,243. So that's our recommendation, and we hope you'll accept it, because we think that we need to assist these people who've all presented good projects. Thank you so much.
Well, we thank you and your team and your board for all the work that was put in. I know everybody needs something in the neighborhoods, and we certainly dedicate ourselves to trying to help that process. But to get real cash, hard cash, and support from you and what you're doing is wonderful. And I don't know if there are any comments, any
I do.
question? Yes, please, Councilwoman.
I just have a quick comment. I just want to thank our staff and the citizens for the time and dedication and say that you were excellent stewards of the taxpayers' money, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Knutson?
Madam Mayor, thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I served on the board in 2 different years, and I've written grant applications for this grant. I think the most important consideration for this program is that it brings neighborhoods together. And so I'm very proud of Ward 1 for having the most applications and the most funding awarded. It really was taking upon the mantle of Lois Tarkanian, who promoted the program greatly in Ward 1. And so I and the team that work with me have promoted this program because I think it really is the best way to bring people together. It's not about the money, it's about the time that neighbors spend together, getting to know each other, and focusing in on making this community better. So thank you for your time, and for everyone who applied for the program and who will be using those funds to make their community better. I'm appreciative. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And so, Councilwoman Diaz, because you got some money too, I'm going to let you make the motion, please, or ask you to, I should say.
Thank you, Madam
Excuse me,
Mayor, and we hope we're going to get more
Pardon?
next go.
Wait, 1 second, please. There were public comment?
We do have a public comment. Thank you. This one's from Tashika Lawson. She states, does the City of Las Vegas plan to reopen the Neighborhood Partners Fund for the 2021 calendar year? If not, won't the NPF be left with a $10,000 balance that will sit unused if associations are not given another opportunity to access these funds? Thank you.
And if we could, Ms. Thomas Gibson, would you respond to that? We know Tamisha, she's frequenter of our council chambers.
Yes. Good morning. Kathy Thomas, Director for the Office of Community Services, for the record. We typically do not reopen the NPF cycle once it has closed in order to keep the playing field very level so everyone gets the same level of information all at the same time. When there are funds that are unexpended, we often will match that with your permission to work that we are doing associated in the Mayor's Fund work so that it amplifies other priorities that you have already established for supporting communities.
So for those applicants who right now are thinking of next year and would like to participate, is there a timeline for when the doors are open again?
Yes, Mayor, Kathy Thomas for the record. The application period normally is a springtime cycle. We were delayed a little bit because of COVID, and we weren't able to get all our community meetings done as we had initially scheduled, but there is a standardized cycle, and in fact, I think I will go to this last slide that should have Alma's contact information. Oh, it doesn't. So Alma Estrada is the community program technician, and we will ensure that we push out publicly how to get in contact with Alma so that if the schedule stays adjusted. Mid-February. Thank you, Alma. You're awesome. So Alma Estrada is the staff person that works with the community, and her contact information is there. We encourage neighbors to reach out directly to Alma so that if COVID continues to shift our schedule a little bit into the summer, they will be aware of that. But normally we start late winter and have a spring process. This year we pushed it back into summer because of COVID.
Thank you very much. Okay, Councilwoman, back to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and again, thank you to all of those that served on the NPF board. Super important work, and we appreciate your diligence. And with that, I move to approve agenda item 37.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve. Please vote and please post.
I'm sorry, Mayor, you need to take an oral vote.
Okay, all in favor signify by aye, please.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. The motion carries unanimously. And again, thank you all for the work you've done, and of course, our staff that's lucky enough to join you, so thank you too. We'll move on to agenda item 38, discussion for possible action on the proposed bill draft request to be submitted to the Legislative Council Bureau on behalf of the City of Las Vegas for the 81st session of the Nevada Legislature, 2021 session, reference to all wards. Good morning. And you're wearing your mask, and of course, that's a Knights mask, right? And they
Yes.
won last night. So what are we, 4-1?
Let's see here. Yes. Go Knights,
Wonderful.
go.
Go
There's a
Knights.
reason for that.
Great.
There's a reason for that. Thank you for noticing. So, good morning, Mayor Goodman and council. For the record, Ted Olivas, your chief of staff. I'm joined today by our government affairs team, Kelly Crompton and Zach Bucher. I think they're in here.
Wonderful, welcome.
In addition to Misty Grimmer and Mike Sullivan from the Ferraro Group. I think that they are around, or they were this morning. I have a brief presentation, but let me say this first. I apologize if some of this is redundant from what we've been discussing in the briefings last month or so, but I wanted to set the stage for the 2021 legislative session. So, we had a 31st special session back in July. As you know, it was to address the state's budget shortfall of $1.2 billion. It was in early July, and these are the main bills that were passed, and I briefed on these. There were other bills passed, but these were the main ones that related to the actual budget, right? So there were those 5 bills that were passed. And then the next special session, the 32nd special session, covered a variety of topics. That was in late July and early August. And this was a summary that I provided in briefings of the major bills. Again, it doesn't include the administrative things and staffing and all that stuff, but they addressed public safety, elections, evictions, peace officers, unemployment, worker protections, and there were 3 resolutions about the taxation of mining that I've kind of talked about before. So we are going into the 21 session. And here's what we know today. There are about 362 bill draft requests in the state system called Nellis. And the city gets 3 bill draft requests, up to 3. They are due by September 1st. In addition to our activity, the Nevada League of Cities and Municipalities are working on their BDRs. I think they have trying to set up a meeting for next week to have a discussion about their bill draft requests. Other cities and counties are putting their bill draft requests together. In addition, there's 19 statutory legislative committees, 7 interim studies, 41 non-legislative committees, the AB 73 Homeless Committee, which isn't on this chart, but other things that are going to affect and have bills for the 21st session. In addition, the Southern Nevada Forum is still going on, and we've briefed you on that. They have 5 subcommittees talking about education, economic development, health care, good governance, and transportation. So they're going to have some stuff that goes into the 21st session. We know that we still have the Ferraro Group, Greg Ferraro and Bob O and Misty and Mike and others. We've worked with them for many years, so they're still a part of our team. We know that we are going to have a general election on November 3rd. And we also know that the session starts on the 1st, and it is going to last 120 days. So, of the 362 bill draft requests that are in Nellis, the state system, these are some of the topics. And I just kind of just went through the pages and identified certain things. This is not all-inclusive. It's just some things that we think will affect the city of Las Vegas. And I've said this before. The thing about cities and counties is that we're involved in a lot. We're not special interest lobbyists. We're involved from annexation to zoning and everything in between. So we're kind of the generalists on all this, and we rely on the departments. But if you'll see on this, there's things like bail reform, collective bargaining, criminal justice reform, education, of course, homelessness, Medicaid, mental health, police reform, taxation, workers' compensation. Again, this is what we know generally. We're seeing this today. So, more importantly, what we don't know. Okay, we've got an election coming up. We don't know what those results are, so we don't know the makeup of the legislature specifically. We don't know what committees they are going to have. We don't know who the leadership is. We don't know what the BDR details are, and the 1,000 or so other bills that we expect to see. As it's provided in the Nellis system, it only gives you a general description, right? The devil is in the details, of course, and so we're going to be trying to find out between now and February exactly what these things are. And most importantly is, how is this process going to work? You saw how it played out for the 2 special sessions we've had over the last couple months, and it's largely electronic, right? And people calling in. So we don't know what's going to happen between now and February to affect that. So that's something, that we'll be providing updates on as things progress. So we had a wide variety of topics that were identified in our department meetings, and I briefed on this, so you've seen this before, from the 911 surcharge with fire, annual legislative sessions, collective bargaining, and the financial ability to pay, design build, bidder's preference, mental health training. Let's see, impact fees, inclusionary zoning, prevailing wage, regional planning, self-performance of public works. These are all things that we talked about with the departments as potential BDRs. We talked about a lot of things. We also talked about potentially, are there opportunities to do some sort of inclusionary zoning without statute changes? We talked about internet accessibility. We talked about mental health, school closures, Medicaid reimbursements, and then we also talked about the possibilities from the other jurisdictions that we know in the community and in the state that are out there that have similar interests. So we've talked about a lot of stuff. That being said, the topic that seemed to resonate as a potential bill draft request, and this was submitted and talked about requested by Finance, driven by our current fiscal condition caused by the pandemic, is this collective bargaining and financial ability to pay. Now, while I won't read this, I'll take sections of it. NRS 354-6241, subsection 3, essentially says that a budgeted ending fund balance of not more than 16.67% of the total budgeted expenditures, less capital outlay for a general fund, is not subject to negotiations with employee organizations, and must not be considered by a fact finder or arbitrator in determining our financial ability to pay compensation or benefits. So, here's the history with that. This section of the law was put in 1995. In 2015, they put in a percentage that you couldn't touch at 25%. Okay? And then in 2019, the 25% was reduced to 16.67%. What we are proposing is that we change this from 16.67 back to the 25% that it used to be. And beyond that, I'm not sure if there are other considerations, but I certainly didn't hear anything from either the department or a number of you. So that's where we are at today. And might I remind you that we get up to 3 bill draft requests. The other jurisdictions are looking at their bills, and some are submitting things, others may not be. And the city is, historically, has gone from either 0 bill draft requests to 3. So it's been all over the place. There's not a specific number that you're required to submit. And with that, I will turn it over to you for any further direction.
I'm wondering if I might preempt everybody by asking the question, why doesn't all Southern Nevada as a region get together to push annual meetings of the legislature as a group, and therefore submit their BDRs, their individual 3, which of course we do every other year. But if in fact, I mean, we're one of 4 states, one of 4 in the entire country that meets every other year, and of course every time we do meet, we have all, well, at least a third probably of the assembly has just been elected. So we go in with a third of the legislative body trying to get up to speed. So to have it meet every year, can't we and couldn't you and your team meet with the other government bodies and just say, can we come as a region, as a group, because we present at least 75, if not higher percent of the population, and prior to COVID and the shutdown, probably at least 80% of the funds that drive the state. So I would highly, just because it is what it is, can't you and the other representatives of all the municipalities and the greater Las Vegas area, which belongs to the county, get together as a group and make this presentation?
So to answer your question, Mayor Goodman, the answer is yes. We have talked to the other jurisdictions in Southern Nevada. We've had the Southern Nevada Forum, we've had the Nevada League of Cities, and others talk about that. It really hasn't resonated regionally. And so, you know, we haven't really seen a major push for that legislation.
Well, I might add with it, because if you're only given 3 BDRs, nobody wants to take on the mass of all Southern Nevada and give up one of their BDRs. So I don't know how you do it, and it would seem a large voice is better than a single voice.
Sure.
And then maybe you can get together with the other government affairs reps and see how, keep our 3 BDRs, each of us, but lead off together as a group regionally to press this. I mean, we are so handicapped by the inability to address this every year. The changes, we're always behind, because it's always catch-up time when you have to wait a whole year, additional year. So that I would just ask you to push forward, set up a meeting with government affairs comprehensively in Southern Nevada and any of the neighborhood counties, and to see if you would go in as a voice. And is this something that would have to be voted upon by all of us at least twice, or is it a single vote issue to get the legislature to do that?
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. To answer that question, it would take a constitutional amendment, which would require 2 votes of the legislature and then a vote of the people. So, you know, we've got 21 session, 23 session, and then 24 election. So that's how that would play out.
So this wouldn't even be a possibility, and that's why I'm pushing. I mean, we've been talking about it for so many years, and to see the constraints upon the municipalities and individual government bodies. And so we're looking at 2025, if in fact it became a possibility.
Sure.
And how easily marijuana went through. So I just would highly recommend and ask you to meet with the others and see. But
Thank you.
Any comments, questions for Mr. Olivas? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
There's a question down there, Mayor.
Okay.
When you're ready, I'll make the motion.
Oh, okay. Please, Councilman Knutson.
Mayor, I appreciate the opportunity, and I agree with you. I think that changes need to be made with the legislature. I think an appropriate venue for that particular BDR could be the League of Cities, and serving on that with Councilman Creer, I would be happy to talk to the League of Cities about sponsoring that type of legislation. So there's multiple municipalities that are working towards that particular effort. With regards to Mr. Olivas's presentation and the recommendation on our BDRs, my feeling right now is less is more, and it's going to be a tough session, and this one BDR I think is appropriate. I wouldn't be in favor of any others at this point. And that's my comments right now.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the report. I will make a motion to follow staff's recommendation that one of our BDRs is the one on this slide here, collective bargaining / financial ability to pay, go from 16.67% back to 25%. Is that good, Ted?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's my motion,
Okay.
Mayor.
There it is, everyone. Please vote and please post. Yes, please.
Madam Mayor,
Councilman.
I just have to make a comment. Councilwoman Diaz and Councilwoman Seaman and myself were in Assembly, and we had our municipalities get that 25% in 2015. So all three of us worked together. It was great.
Great, thank you very much. We'll move on to agenda. Thank you, Mr. Olivas, and members of the team, Mr. Bucher and Ms. Compton. I saw you. There you are. Thank you. Agenda item 39, boards and commissions, discussion for possible action regarding the reappointment of Margot Erickson to the Ward 2 seat of the Traffic and Parking Commission. Ms. Erickson was originally appointed in 2012. She's eligible for reappointment and wishes to continue to serve. Councilwoman Seaman.
She's done a great job, and I move to approve.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve Margot Erickson for another term. Motion carries. Agenda item 40, discussion for possible action regarding the appointment of nominees David Wadsworth, James Begley, Susan Rutar, and Bob Tavacoli to the Board of Appeals. This item is to replace 4 original members of the board who are now termed out. And action is outlined in the subject is supported and recommended by the Building and Safety Director. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a motion that those 4 individuals read into the record be appointed to the Board of Appeals.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 41, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2020-22. Councilwoman Fiore, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Madam Mayor, please.
Bill number 2020-22, an ordinance to amend LVMC Section 19.8.50 and Section 19.8.60 to update and consolidate standards pertaining to the PO, professional office, and O office zoning districts, repeal LVMC Section 19.12.90 as part of that consolidation, and provide for other related matters.
Councilwoman, would you make a motion, please?
Madam Mayor, I motion to approve.
There's a motion to approve agenda item 41. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 42. Bill number 2020-23. Councilwoman Fiore, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Madam Mayor, please.
Bill number 2020-23, First Amendment, an ordinance to repeal and replace LVMC Section 6.50.352 relating to art gallery alcohol beverage permits to establish a complementary alcoholic beverage permit category for additional specified types of businesses, including related requirements and limitations, and to provide for other related matters. Just a reminder that that was a First Amendment, so we'll need that in the motion.
Thank you. Councilwoman Fiore, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I motion to approve with amendment item number 1.
42. And agenda item 42 is motion to approve. Please vote and post. Thank you. That motion carries. New bills. Items number 43 through 48, because 49 was stricken. Bills number 2024 through 2029 will be heard at recommending committee on Monday, August 31st, 2020. City Attorney, would you please read the new bills?
Yes, ma'am. Bill number 2020-24, an ordinance creating the City of Las Vegas, Nevada Special Improvement District number 611, Sunstone Phase 1 and 2, ordering a street project, storm sewer project, sanitary sewer project, drainage project, and water project within the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, and providing other matters related thereto. Bill number 2020-25, an ordinance concerning the City of Las Vegas, Nevada Special Improvement District number 611, Sunstone Phase 1 and 2, assessing the cost of local improvements against the assessable property benefited by the local improvements and providing other matters related thereto. Bill number 2020-26, an ordinance authorizing the issuance and sale by the City of its Special Improvement District number 611, Sunstone Phase 1 and 2, local improvement bonds, Series 2020, approving the form of certain documents with respect to such bonds, ratifying action taken by city officers toward the issuance of such bonds, and providing other matters related thereto. Bill number 2020-27, an ordinance to amend various provisions of LVMC Titles 6 and 19 to update licensing and zoning provisions regarding marijuana-related businesses, including the elimination of provisions regarding compliance permits and the changing of terminology and license categories from those associated with medical marijuana and retail marijuana to those now recognized and used under state law, medical cannabis and adult use cannabis, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2020-28, an ordinance to amend the Lone Mountain Master Development Plan and Design Standards and the Lone Mountain West Master Development Plan and Design Standards to provide that the use beer, wine, cooler on sale establishment is permitted as a conditional use in the development areas to which the documents pertain and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2020-29, an ordinance to amend LVMC section 19.16.100 to expand the list of the types of amendments to an approved special use permit that can be processed administratively as a minor amendment and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. New bills 2020-24 through 2020-29 are assigned to the August 31st, 2020 recommending committee members, Councilman Anthony and Knutson and Councilwoman Fiore. If any so designated are unable to attend, the clerk's office will coordinating finding substitutes as necessary at my direction. Are you here then?
Yes.
Okay. And Councilman Knutson, good. Councilman Fiore, I know you said yes, so. Okay. Okay. So we're on to 50, correct? Okay, this is planning. Items 50 through 59 may be considered in one motion, one vote, and are considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda, which I will read. Number 50, GPA 78392, applicant Roger Minimark and Cigarettes, owner Nicholas P. and Lisa D. DiPietro, on a request for a general plan amendment from low density to SC service commercial related. Item 51, ZON 78394, a request for rezoning from PR professional office and parking to C1 limited commercial and related. Item VAR 78396, a request for a variance to allow a 60-foot lot width where 100 feet is required and a 5-foot yard setback where 10 feet is required on .18 acres at 300 South Bruce Street. PR professional office and parking zone, proposed C1 limited commercial. Ward 3, with Councilwoman Diaz. Number 53, GPA 78801, applicant Pinnacle Homes, owner MNC Holdings LLC, a request for a general plan amendment from DR Desert Rural Density Residential and RNP Rural Neighborhood Preservation to low density and related items. ZON number 54, ZON 78802, on a request for a rezoning from U undeveloped DR Desert Rural Density Residential, RNP Rural Neighborhood Preservation General Plan designations to R1 Single Family Residential. Related, item 55, TMP 78803, and a request for a tentative map for a 17-lot, single-family residential subdivision, 3.81 acres southeast corner of Craig Road and Buffalo Drive, U undeveloped zone, DR desert rural, density residential, and R, NP rural neighborhood preservation general plan designations, proposed R1 single-family residential, Ward 5 with Ward 4 with Councilman Anthony. Number 56, SUP 78817, applicant Christopher Breska, owner Marich Hall Building Corp., for possible action or request for a special use permit for a tattoo parlor body piercing studio use at 923 East Ogden Avenue, T5-MS, T5 Main Street Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Creer. Number 57, SUP 78818, applicant Pine Hollow Winery LLC, owner Donald S. Gilday, IRR Family Trust et al., on a request for a special use permit for proposed 1,465 square foot beer wine cooler on and off sale establishment use at 7018 West Charleston Boulevard, Suite 1, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 1 with Councilman Knutson. Number 58, VAC 78776, applicant owner Centennial 215 Plaza LLC, on a request for a petition to vacate public right-of-way easements generally located northeast corner Centennial Center Boulevard and US 95, Ward 6, Councilwoman Fiore. And number 59, VAC 78800, applicant 190 Octane FT Partners LLC, owner United States of America, and a request for a petition to vacate Bureau of Land Management right-of-way grants generally located east of the Sheep Mountain Parkway alignment, south of Farm Road, north of Tropical Parkway, and west of the Pooley Road alignment. This is in Ward 6 with Councilwoman Fiore. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on all items, and these are public hearing items which I declare open. Is anyone else wishing to be heard on these items? Please come forward, state your name for the record. Anything coming in from online?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I will close public hearing, and Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion for the one motion, one vote, items 50 through 59, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Would you please vote, and please post? Perfect. Unanimous. We'll move on to number 60 and 61 have been obeyed to the 2nd of September. Number 62 has also been obeyed to the 2nd of September. So we will move on to agenda item 63. Items 63 through 66. 63, GPA 78796, a request for a general plan amendment from L, low residential, to O, office. Number 64, ZON 78797, on a request for rezoning from R1, single-family residential, PO, to professional office. Number 65, VAR 78778, request for a variance to allow 0 parking spaces where 9 are required. Number 66, SDR 78799, a request for site development plan review for the conversion of an existing single-family dwelling into office building with waivers of perimeter landscape buffer requirements. The applicant is Faith, IND, and Family Counseling, and the owner is RDJ Sons Living Trust on .14 acres at 1016 Monticello Drive. On all items, staff recommends denial, and Planning Commission recommends approval. These are in Ward 1 with Councilman Knutson, or public hearings which I declare open. Hi there. Good morning.
Morning, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Joseph Daggard, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada 89135. On behalf of the applicant, we are seeking a GPA zone change and other related applications as specified in agenda items 63 to 66 to allow for a house conversion to offer family counseling services. We believe this is a good use for this property. As you can see from this aerial on your screen, There is a vacant parcel to the south of the lot, here. And then there's Charleston Boulevard, which has heavy traffic volumes. It is unlikely that a house will ever be built on that vacant lot. Additionally, if you look across the street towards the east side, the red square, there is a large commercial shopping center with several uses, including a tavern. Since this lot is near Charleston and adjacent to what will likely be a commercial use of some kind, and across the street from a commercial center, we would ask for your consideration to approve these applications. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval. No neighbors attended the neighborhood meeting, nor attended the Planning Commission hearing in opposition. I thank you for your consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Excuse me, did you just say that you had neighborhood meetings?
We had neighborhood meetings, and no neighbors attended those meetings.
Okay, thank you
Yeah.
very much. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of council. So staff finds that the proposed land use designation in associated zoning district would allow for uses that would not be compatible with those surrounding land uses, specifically the residential district that surrounds this property. Staff also finds that the subject site is not suitable for the proposal, as evidenced by the variance that's requesting to provide 0 parking spaces, waivers of the landscape buffers, and exceptions for landscape materials. For these reasons, staff is recommending denial of all applications. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is public hearing. Anyone who wishes to be heard on 63 through 66, please come forward, state your name for the record. Seeing and hearing, anyone here? No one here, please? Nobody online either? Okay, comments here from anyone on council? Councilman Creer?
Thank you. I don't have a comment on the item. I just wanted to welcome Mr. Dagger to the city council. I've known him when he was a student at UNLV and a recent graduate of UNLV Law School, and I know he got hired at Kemper Crowell, so welcome. Is this your first time coming in front of
This
city
is my
council?
first time, so
Yeah, yeah.
hopefully it goes well.
Yeah, I love how they give you one that has, I love how they give you one that has denials from staff, so
Right,
welcome.
exactly.
Yeah, you should thank Chris and the team. Apologize for that.
Thank you very
on their
much.
behalf.
You should at least ask them a tough question.
I know, I should, yeah. We'll figure something out. Thank you.
And what high
Thank you for that
school?
introduction.
What high school?
I'm sorry?
Which high school?
I went to magnet school here in the Northwest Career and Technical
Wonderful.
Academy.
Wonderful.
So,
Well,
thank you so
congratulations
much.
on your
I really appreciate it. Thank you.
graduation, and hopefully, as was already stated, this will be successful, but you're in front of a very tough councilman.
Okay.
Let's go down there.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. You did an amazing job, one of the best I've ever seen. So I'm grateful, very, very grateful for keeping it brief and succinct. Madam Mayor, I'm very familiar with this property. It's right in the heart of Ward 1. Be it good or being bad, when I'm stress eating, I sit in that parking lot and I watch Ward 1 from the view of that parking lot, because that's where I eat my cookies and I'm taking calls during the day. So I'm very familiar with this lot. I think it's a good use. And Madam Mayor, I'm comfortable with moving forward. And for item number 63, I move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 63. Please vote.
That was easy.
And
Good
please
job. You should
vote.
ask for a raise when you get back to
Wait, you're not done.
office.
No, you've got everyone, they could
don't ask
change
for
your
raises.
mind halfway through, so we're not there. Okay.
Madam Mayor, on item
Council.
64, move for approval.
And on agenda item 64, there's a motion to approve. Please vote. Thank you. That motion carries. Let's move on to 65.
Item number 65, move for approval.
There's a motion to approve agenda item 65. Not yet, so see, we have time. Nothing is ever given as a sure thing. And please vote, and please post. That motion carries, and the last one, agenda item 66, please, Council.
Madam Mayor, item 66, I move for approval.
And finally, item 66, motion to approve, please. Well done.
Well, thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you, and I look forward to working with all of you. Thank you very much.
On that record, you should.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Okay, we'll move on to agenda items 67 and 68. ZON 7819, a request for rezoning from R3 medium density residential, R4 high density residential to C2 general commercial on .89 acres at 1217, 1215, 1207, 1201, and 1155 South 4th Street. Number 68, SDR 78020, and a request for site development plan review for proposed 6-story, 7-foot-tall mixed-use development including 270 residential units, 4,000 square feet of commercial space with waivers of Appendix F, interim downtown Las Vegas Area 1 development standards on 1.70 acres located adjacent to the west side of Las Vegas Boulevard, approximately 640 feet south of Charleston, R3 medium density residential, R4 high density residential, C2 general commercial zones proposed. C2 general commercial. The applicant owner is 1200 South Las Vegas Boulevard, LLC. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on item 67, denial on 68. These are in Ward 3 with Councilwoman Diaz and her public hearings, which I declare open. How are you?
Doing well. Good morning, Mayor, Council. My name is Todd McBrayer with Breslin Builders. We're representing the applicant on the project. We've assisted with the design from Stantec as well as potentially being the design build, design assist contractor down the road. So we're excited to bring another project to the downtown area, adding to our list of portfolio that we've done over the years. One thing that may show up differently, we've worked with staff and with Councilwoman Diaz on the project specifications, I guess you can call them, program. We've reduced the number of units down to 256 to help with the parking, and we've also been able to redesign, and I'll get a little bit further into my presentation on that, redesign the parking to include more. So we have 168 stalls included in the project as opposed to originally we had 136, I believe. And that was one of the rubs that we heard at the Planning Commission as part of a staff's report also, was that the parking just seemed to be too much of an ask. So hopefully with the meetings that we've had with the councilwoman as well as the efforts we've made changes that we can get that behind us. So with that said, what we're bringing is a new mixed use development into the downtown area. If you're familiar with the area, see if I can do this without having
There you are.
without having the lovely speaker in the way. It's in the Gateway District at the north end of that. If you see on the overhead, this blue area, that is the area that Elon, the developer, currently owns. That area includes the Thunderbird, the Super 8, as well as the banquet hall to the north of that. So he's already made a significant investment in this part of the downtown area. He's looking to increase his development across the street, which is what you see as the red area, with this mixed-use development to continue what he's done in that area and to be able to further beautify some needed development in that area. So we'll move along. Unfortunately, Alon was not able to make it because of COVID. Trying to just travel has caused him some restrictions. I do have Phyllis, one of his development partners, with us, so if there is any questions, then she'll be able to help out. Phyllis Coleman. So part of the development is 5 stories of apartment buildings over a podium. The podium will be your traditional parking level, have retail on the ground floor, as well as your back of house uses, utilities, stuff like that related to the building.
So it says here it's a proposed 6-story, and you're saying it's 5-story or just 5 of apartments?
It's 5 over 1. So it still is a 6-story. We just have 5 stories over a traditional concrete podium, which, if I might make a note, a few years ago when you adopted the new building code, allowing for the mixed-use developments in the downtown area is not as restricted as what we had in the past. That's what's helping bring on projects like this. So that is starting to see that starting to roll forward, of some of those prior issues that you've helped out with some code adoptions to bring a project like this. So this will bring help with some of the shortages that we have in the downtown area. It's kind of that chicken before the egg approach. You need residences before you can bring in commercial development. You need commercial development for residences. So this is an opportunity to bring in a mixed-use project with 256 units, a variety of sizes, anywhere from micro units, which are lacking in the downtown area. There's only one other project that has micro units, to studios, 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms, as a variety of mixtures for people to rent that want to live in the downtown area. In addition to the units, there is going to be a variety of amenities. There's pool, exercise rooms, business centers, other facilities to make this a good place to live, give people a good lifestyle, in addition to all the other areas that are around there with the Arts District and what's happening down on Fremont Street. With regards to parking, I touched on that. So we went through and we looked at the layout that was previously provided in our original report submittal, and we were able to find some efficiencies in the parking layout and make some adjustments to get to that 168 number, which was a 20% increase from what we previously submitted to try to help alleviate some of the concerns with parking, even though in the downtown area there's not a requirement for parking, but this definitely will help the use of the building down in that area. We realize that in the Gateway District that its intended use is to rely heavily on public transportation. So not everybody that's going to be living here would have a car, but between public transportation, ride sharing, taxis, other forms of transportation, a good blend there. So one of the waivers that we're asking for is for the articulated requirement of the parapet walls. These are the renderings or the elevations of the project. While we're asking for that waiver, because of the shape of the lot, which is kind of a Z-shaped as it spreads between Las Vegas Boulevard over to 4th Street and infills in between, the shape of the building is going to help break up the parapet walls. We've got different heights of parapet walls, different materials, and as such, even though that they're linear in shape, we feel that it meets the requirements of the waiver. We just didn't want to, staff felt that there wasn't a direct thing, so we asked for the waiver because of the linear lines. The other waiver is for utilities, to put them all underground. Most that are familiar with developments in the area know that there are issues that come up from NV Energy, as well as the Water District and their equipment requirements, and trying to put them in buildings, under buildings, it just becomes difficult, so we've upfront asked for that waiver on that. With that, we've read staff's if approved conditions and we agree to them and are open to any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. And we'll turn it over to Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, the proposed C2 zoning district conforms with the underlying C commercial land use designation, as well as the use allowed on the site by the C2 zoning district would be compatible and consistent with surrounding land uses in the zoning district. So staff is recommending approval of the rezoning. However, staff is unable to support the proposed site development review as it is the site is being overbuilt, as evidenced by the 42% deficiency in what would normally be the required parking. Specifically, the applicant is proposing 168 spaces, and staff does want to acknowledge that the applicant did work with the team to reduce the number of units, which reduces the parking demand, and then increase the number of parking spaces. However, the spaces at 168 is still below the requirement. It's also below what our lowest mixed-use parking alternative demand model would suggest, which would be about 208 spaces for development of this nature.
For that reason, staff is recommending denial of the site development review. Thank you.
But as for the accommodations that you requested, they have met most of them?
Madam Mayor, yes. So the applicant has worked through a number of the issues that they can and still have the project substantially what they've requested. They have requested waivers regarding the articulation of the roof line, as the applicant mentioned, and the utilities issue, which unfortunately continues to be an urban design challenge for us, where unfortunately the utilities are not as cooperative with working with the applicants on how they can do it to meet city standards to keep our community looking as good and as well as it can look.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here who wishes to comment on agenda item 67 or 68? And how about online? Nothing? Okay, any comments from council? None? Let's then go down to you, Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Mr. Summerfield, when you made that comment about the utilities, we're doing that major project off of Las Vegas Boulevard. Is there an opportunity to take advantage of the big project coming down Las Vegas Boulevard to upgrade a lot of and incentivize some of these utility companies to upgrade their infrastructure?
Madam Mayor, through you, so in this instance, it's not necessarily an issue of the infrastructure itself. It's a disagreement from an urban design principle with the utility companies and some of their regulations they have on where these facilities can be. Our code right now requires them to be underground so that you have an even grade, you don't have a disruption of the public realm, the sidewalks, and what have you, or to be set on site in such a way that they're shielded from view and ability to be graffitied and other things. Unfortunately, the utility companies have said that they do not want them below ground. There's water issues that they have with them being below ground and concerns that they have. And as the applicant mentioned, it is very difficult to get them to agree to a plan on how they can service those facilities when they are actually on property and within a structure within the development itself. Some developers have figured it out and done it, but to the applicant's point, it is an involved process, and the utility companies they have very strict expectations that they have on their end, and they don't necessarily always align with our urban design principles.
Thank you for that. Well, I know that I've pushed Elon to ensure that we get more parking. I know that when they came before Planning Commission, it was hovering closer to 50. Now we're a little bit closer to 65-ish, 70%. I do feel this is an area in my ward that could benefit from more heads and beds, because we do have the 18B Arts District right behind where these residences will be, and that if we have beds and heads and beds and and we create just a denser population on that segment of Las Vegas Boulevard, it will bring that development, and it will spur hopefully the economy that a lot of the small businesses need, and a consistent one, because it won't be just the tourists coming to visit, but it will be regulars that live hopefully here at this Gateway Residence Complex. So I know that I also have his word that if we were to come into some parking situations where, you know, the units are all fully rented and we're running out of spaces, he says he has a lot across the street that he is willing to partner with the city to create more parking spaces. And if it, you know, my hope and desire is to take advantage of this park and make it grow. And this area of my ward is definitely in need of a lot of TLC, and I think that this project will bring the level of excitement and I think interest from the community to take advantage of developing in the future. So with that, I'm going to move to approve agenda item 67.
Thank you very much. There's a motion on agenda item 67. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. And on 68?
And I also will move to approve item 68.
Thank you very much. There's a motion on 68. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries, and we're delighted you're moving ahead with this.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Appreciate it. And Councilman Diaz,
Thank you.
with your efforts.
Okay, we're back in Ward 5, and a public hearing, VAR 78588. Applicant owner Sterling Collision Centers LLC, possible action or request for variance to allow a 10-foot tall fence where 8 feet's allowed on 2.06 acres at 3343 North Rancho Drive, C2, General Commercial Zone in Ward 5, as I just said, with Councilman Creer. Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. It's a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Good morning, Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here today on behalf of the applicant. On the overhead, move my mic a little bit, is the location of the Service King that is subject to this application. It's located right here. And the aerial, or excuse me, the photograph here shows you or depicts what it is that we're here before talking to you about. As you can see, the existing wrought iron fence stretches between 6 to 8 feet around the property. That's around the entirety of the property. A little over 4 years ago, the alarm company, Amarok, came in and was requested to put up some security fencing. At the time, they were under the impression that an additional permit was not needed because it's kind of hard to see, actually, until you're right on it, and unless you see these little things, you don't necessarily see the wires that are running in this direction. So with apologies, they did not get the proper permits. Through a code enforcement complaint, we find ourselves in front of you today talking to you just a little bit about the backstory on why they have this. Just what was explained to me from the manager of this particular Service King is that they were having some theft and some break-ins, and that it has caused them to reach out to see how could they do some type of additional security to minimize that, and certainly this has helped do that. Again, with their apologies, they didn't really view this security fencing as a fence per se, but we find ourselves here today with variance to increase the height of the fence, in quotes, to 10 feet, which would take into this maximum height right at this location. And so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
What is the wire that is there? Is that electrically charged?
It is. It is electrically charged. It does sit on the interior of the lot. So in other words, it's on the back side of the fence, not the front side of the fence where people could walk up to it. And there are, I can show some other pictures, but like right in that location, there are some stickers that periodically go around the fence so that you can see, or it's a warning to say, hey, there's a little bit of a shock if you touch this.
And so does it report technologically to a center, or is it just hot wired so you get zapped, burned, or whatever?
You know, I actually don't know if it, I do believe, actually it did, I do believe it does report, and it does give you a little bit of a zap so that you know not to do it.
Okay, let's go to Mr. Summerfield, then public hearing, and then we'll go back to Mr. Creer.
Madam Mayor, so the case before you, as indicated by the representative, is a result of a code enforcement action. No evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented in that the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by installing a fence that is taller than what Title 19 allows. Reduction in the height of the fence would allow conformance with Title 19 requirements. Therefore, staff has recommended denial of the variance. I would just say to the representative's statement, during the Planning Commission, the technical representative that participated in that did indicate that if someone touches it, it does trigger an alarm as well as whatever it does to the person who touches it.
Thank you.
Could you also enlighten us as to, what did you say, Title 17?
This is Title 19, so it's still a fence structure, even if it's felt by some that it's less egregious in terms of what it is, but it's still technically a fence structure, and therefore it has to adhere to the zoning standard, which limits the height to 8 feet total
And
at
what
the
year
perimeter.
was Title 19? Do you happen to know?
What year?
What year was it passed?
The most recent version of Title 19 was adopted in its entirety in 2011. And it's obviously, as you've read new bills, we update the zoning code virtually every meeting you all have. So it's had significant updates since 2011, but the most recent formal adoption of the zoning code was in 2011 when the zoning and subdivision ordinance were merged into the Unified Development Code.
And I'm wondering then, knowing an increase in crime nationally and too locally, is that something that we should be sure that to increase the height of fences be allowed generally to be at 10 feet? Or is that something to which planning would be opposed? You know, trying to look at what's going on in the country and where we are with everything.
So, not to get, because I don't want Brian to come after me for being off the agenda, but generally, planning from just some CPTED, which is crime prevention through environmental design, just through some of that, I don't know that I would, as your planning director, advocate for increasing wall heights. However, this is a slightly different technology and look, and one of the things that's been requested by a member of this council was that planning take a look at best practices for the installation of electric fences. As the technical person that did present this item at Planning Commission talked about, there are some, from the technology standpoint, there are some benefits to having it be higher than what our current walls allow. So one of the things that we will be doing, regardless of how this vote goes in answer to that request, is we'll be doing some examination across the country on best practices where electric fences are proposed. So we'll come back with some information on that.
Excellent, thank you. This is a public hearing. Are there any members of the community that wish to address this item? And online, please. So, Councilman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One of the things that we need to keep clear is on this particular item, we've had a lot of discussion about the merits of the fence itself, of if it's electrical, not electrical, what it does, which I understand, and we need to address that as we move forward, I think, throughout the city. But, you know, the item itself is just talking about the height of the fence, if it's going to be 10 feet or not. And addressing that issue at hand, specifically on the agenda item, you know, it's a commercial facility. I've driven by there, I looked at it, and it's been there. It doesn't seem to be causing any issues whatsoever in my book, so I'm gonna recommend approval of item 69. But then we can come back and talk about electrical fencing in general.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 69. Please vote and please post. That motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move to agenda item 70. VAR 78590, public hearing, applicant Oman Diamond Creek Holdings LLC et al. For possible action on a request for variance to allow a 10-foot tall fence where 8 feet is allowed on 1.94 acres, 6905 West Charleston, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 1 with Councilman Knutson. Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. This public hearing, which I declare open, and I see you are still with us.
This is going to sound very similar to the last presentation. Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here today representing this applicant. This particular Service King is located just on the south side of Charleston and just west of Rainbow. Interestingly, it is hid, the Service King operation is hidden quite substantially by two existing office buildings that are on the front side closer to Charleston. So I will tell you that when I drove by the site to get the pictures that I'm about to show you, it took me a while to find where I was. So the picture of this, which again is similar, this picture is taken from me being in this office complex, which is adjacent and looking towards this way. Obviously, this is a dirt lot, and behind us to the south is, I believe it's I believe it's some kind of drainage channel, but it's fenced off on both sides so that nobody could get there. So this picture is taken from the parking lot of the adjacent office complex looking towards the Service King building, which is here. And again, much like the item that we just discussed, you can see above the height, which is about 6 feet. This solid block wall is 6 feet in height. And then the additional 4 feet of the security fencing is seen right above. It does have the stickers. It operates in the same way as Mr. Summerfield added on to what I said, where if you touch it, you get a shock and there's an alarm. For similar reasons, they were having, this particular operator was having break-ins and other theft-related issues occur. So this has been here for a couple of years as well, at least 4 years. And then through a code enforcement complaint, we find ourselves in front of you today. Again, our apologies. We were under the impression this would not qualify as a fence per se, like a solid block wall might or like a wrought iron fence, but it does under your planning code. And so we are here now to discuss the height of this and see if, again, because it's not visually obtrusive to any of the, either the office side. Behind us is a fairly large drainage easement, and then on this side is a vacant lot. We think it doesn't visually negatively impact the surrounding area, and we'd ask for your consideration for approval.
How many of these fences might there be in our city?
So, Madam Mayor, that's an excellent question. These two are a result of referrals from our fire department to our code enforcement division to address. We don't know, and the applicant hasn't told us, because if he tells us, then we have to go look at them. So we don't know how many there may be. We just know of these two at these two Service King locations. But there may be others. We expect that there are probably other electric fences. They may also comply with the height requirement. Again, as Councilman Creer pointed out in the previous item, the issue at hand is not necessarily the electrical fence, it's the height that they put the electrical fence, increasing the height of their previously approved wall beyond the current standard that's allowed for those walls.
And so you are establishing a precedent for anybody that has already done it and you don't know about it, as well as for those who currently have property that are contemplating.
So I'll let Mr. Scott weigh in, but the great thing about this body is nothing that you're doing on land use is precedent setting, because you're taking each site individually and establishing a finding based on the merits of that particular location and the application that's before you. So there's no precedent setting by the approval that Councilman Creer motioned for, or whatever action Councilman Knutson might motion for on this one. However, it is something that, again, in our evaluation of electric fences and what the best management practices are, we would take into consideration for a potential future amendment. If council is looking at things a certain way, that would be how we would propose any code change as well. All of that goes into that evaluation.
Okay.
And then officially, just for the report on this item, similar to the previous request, as mentioned, this was a result of a code enforcement action. Just like in the previous request, under current code, there's no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance, and therefore the hardship is self-imposed, and staff has to recommend denial.
And was there a fine?
There's no fine. This was, fire turned it over to code, code went out, yes, it's above the max. As soon as we reached out, the code enforcement reached out to them to let them know the process. They initiated the process. They went to Planning Commission, and now they're here at City Council.
Okay. Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item 70? Anyone online? I think this needs to be looked into, Mr. Scott, because it seems to me they're changing places. I think everybody would want to know that it's part of code to be able to go ahead with it or not, or what's the process.
And Mayor, I agree with that. I mean, we used to see a lot of the Constantine wire and barbed wire in these areas, and now we're seeing kind of technology taking over and some of these.
And especially in very congested areas.
I'd love to know the amount of the electric shock that's that's
sure
being administered before I say I think it's a great idea.
Invite you out. Give it a try.
I can be the test.
And
Okay.
two, not only that, but what is the liability exposure? of the entity that's putting that in. So I think we should take a look at this only because of...
And possible warning signs and things of that nature. You never know, little kids can
Right.
climb fences, so
Right.
you never know.
Okay, thank you
We'll take
very
a look.
much. So we've heard there's no public comment. I'm closing public comment, and no one online. And so, Councilman Knudsen, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and Ms. Lazovich, thank you for the amazing presentation as well. I would move for approval.
Okay, there's a motion to approve on agenda item 70. Please vote. And please post. And that motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And agenda item 71 has been obeyed to the 16th of September. So we are now, 72 was stricken. 73, presentation by Mr. Robert Summerfield, Director of Planning, discussion for possible action regarding the status of Compliance Ambassador Program, all wards. Is this a public hearing as well, or no?
I believe this is still a part of the public hearing process technically.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, members of council, good it's still morning. Good morning. So real quickly, I'm just going to give a brief update on the status of the Compliance Ambassador Program. The bulk of this program was carried out by my team, so I'm giving this presentation. However, the Compliance Ambassador Program was also utilized by our team in Parks and Recreation as well. The ambassadors basically, the concept came about through discussions by our city manager with his team after the White House designated through FEMA Clark County as a red zone. The program was initiated as a short-term proactive approach to provide resources to our business community, to provide empirical data regarding what our local compliance efforts to these state mandates has been. This effort included no additional budget requests and no additional staff. We did utilize team members from other departments, and I want to put a real quick plug in to thank the other directors from around the city who allowed their staff to participate in this program. I know that it stretched everything for those departments as well, and so I really appreciate the men and women that did this program and assisted with it, and the directors and the other staff members who covered for the work while they were helping us. The Compliant Ambassador Program, specifically for the business license compliance section, had 4 main activities. The principal job of the ambassadors was observation. They are out there to conduct observations to determine whether compliance with the governor's directives are being achieved. They are, or they have been providing education in those cases where there's a minor infraction. They've been providing additional resources to the business, information on the directive, handing out the signs that I think most of us who've been out to any businesses have seen, the no shoes, no shirt, no mask, no service type signs, and some of the other signs to help those businesses and point them to websites where they can get additional information. The big and key thing of this is documentation. We've been able to, through our logs and our photos, been able to document literally thousands of our business locations in the city to determine what our rate of compliance is. And then finally, if there has been a blatant violation of the directives, again, the ambassadors are not our compliance officers. They really are out there as a boon to the community. If they did see any blatant violations of the directives, that information was then turned over to our compliance officers for them to address that complaint with the business.
Could I ask you right off the start? Failure to comply by the city, which even though we may be opposed, we have different opinions on what we feel and think as council perhaps, or certainly in our community. Failure to comply in these red zones or newly added zones, what is the chief executive of the state, what are the general consequences that we would be facing if we were not in compliance?
So I will look to our city attorney to talk about what those consequences are. I know just on the business side of things, our failure to take mitigation steps to address the spread of the virus could result in additional mandates and additional closures. In fact, the rolling back of the openings that have been allowed thus far could be rolled back all the way back to a stay-at-home order or back to the Phase 1 restrictions, which significantly limited the amount of business activity that it could occur. But consequences, I would look to the city attorney.
But I would ask, if the chief executive of the state of Nevada makes that determination, that is not the determination of any other body but the legislature and the chief executive who says, you will comply, you will do this, or. So that's what I'm asking.
And that's correct, Mayor, and it gets a little dicey when you try to determine exactly what they could do to us if in fact we didn't comply. The directives gives us the authority in order to utilize our licensing code as well as our licensing code penalties against the business that doesn't comply. But like Mr. Summerfield said, they could affect the businesses within our jurisdiction negatively, and also legislatively, they could also affect us in certain manners. So.
But that is not up for grabs. That is the determination of the chief executive of the state of Nevada.
That's correct.
And legislature where appropriate.
That's correct.
Okay. Just wanted to make it clear because sometimes you don't have a choice in life. You will either do this or forget it, move on. Okay,
absolutely, Madam Mayor. That's most of life sometimes. So metrics. So again, another key component of the ambassador program was gathering data. So it was education and it was gathering data. So as you can see by these two basic graphs, we've been at this for about the 30 days. That was the original point of the program, was a 30-day program. You can see that as we got it ramped up and then as we separated the shifts, you can see the thousands of businesses that have been visited through the ambassador's activities. In those visits, the vast majority of our business community has been seen to be compliant. There's been very few non-compliance observations, and then when those non-compliant observations were then turned into cases, you can see that the vast majority of those cases were resolved with no fines, no fees. They were resolved with a simple correction notice or courtesy notice, with only a minimal number, 4 at the time of this data point, and data is constantly being updated, but only 4 businesses had received a civil fine at the point that this data had been delivered, and this is through the 13th of August, so just last week. You can see also on this map, and that's actually probably a little too small, so I'll blow it up as big as I can here. This map represents the visits where the ambassadors have gone with all those little dots, which I know are hard to read. But the important thing to note on this map is this is based on the Southern Nevada Health District's determination of the zip codes that have seen the highest number of cases. And so what I want to show and what I want to kind of point out is you see that the highest number of visits by the ambassadors are in those commercial areas and commercial corridors that are in those red and orange zones. One of the things that's important to note, again, anecdotally, there was some thought out there that if the cases are high in a certain area, what's the breakdown? Well, thus far, the data seems to back up that in the areas where the cases have been higher, we have seen a higher number of observations where there's been non-compliance. But again, I want to point out that while we did see the non-compliance in those areas, through education and through the courtesy notices, we have seen compliance since those initial points of violation.
Has that communication been ongoing with the governor? Does he, in fact, know that we have been working very hard on this and that our results show what you show?
So I can't speak for what the governor knows, but what I can say is that the folks at the state level that are working on this have received the reports. So all of our data actually goes to the county through the MAC and LEAP processes, which don't ask me what LEAP stands for, because every time I get it in my head, I forget. But it's essentially the local regional response for the COVID stuff. So all of our numbers from the city go into the reporting that then goes for Clark County as a whole, that then goes up to the state for their review as a part of all of this. And I think Scott has something to add.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, Scott Adams, City Manager. I do know when we were designated a red zone, the state required a regional response to that designation as to how we were going to bring the region into compliance. I communicated directly to the governor.
Oh, good.
Our plan in a letter, and then through the region. I mean, we participated in that regional response. So in answer to your question, I laid out this plan to the governor in that letter in terms of us using this program and strategically targeting.
And you laid it out that obviously, I mean, with moving personnel, it wasn't a costly program. Are you, were using, or are you, or did you use CARES Act money?
No, I think one of the challenges with this program has been, and I'll preface this by saying this was my idea. I came in to our senior team one morning and said I would like to stand up to 100 persons, reassigned from various departments, to act as ambassadors. Realize the term ambassador is a soft term. It was meant to be business friendly. We could have said, called them all enforcement officers, but we called them ambassadors for that reason. We reassigned people from departments, and we couldn't get to 100 because it was hard to identify 100 employees that we could reassign from their current duties into this program. In fact, it's the very reason why we're going to, and I don't want to jump ahead of Robert, we're going to probably wind it down. We are winding it down because they really need to go back to their departments. It was really meant to be a temporary program to determine and get the message out on compliance.
Did you, Mr. Adams, receive confirmation from the governor of the state of Nevada, elected by the people of Nevada, that he received your notification?
Yes, because it went to one of the representatives who acknowledged that we should be working through the regional effort. So I do have an email that acknowledges what I sent to the governor's office.
Okay, but the actual responsibility legally is for us in the city. We have no control over other municipalities or the
That's correct.
greater unincorporated area. So you, in fact, notified the governor through his office that this is what you, for the city, were planning to do to combat this high density,
Right.
in order not to be penalized and
Right.
shut down again.
To be clear, my letter outlined two things we were going to do to step up our efforts. One was in enforcement through this program, and secondly, we're going to increase testing, which we've done. We were going to substantially, we were going to stand up Cashman, and we were going to do more pop-up and testing by ward, but with, again, a focus on targeted areas and areas where there's high levels of infection. So that was the gist of the letter.
Okay.
And there was an acknowledgement from the governor's office that we sent that.
And no evaluation to that process that you described?
No. It's been an interesting process because while we've been doing this, the state, through business and industry, the Nevada OSHA division, has also been out inspecting and fining heavily non-compliant businesses. So I think the spirit of this program was to be business-friendly by getting to these businesses to get them to comply. And I think I stated this in one of my emerging issues reports, so that we don't find ourselves being rolled back in some of these business categories to a prior state of shutdown.
Right.
And now would be also to put them on notice of their need to comply so they don't get hit with a large OSHA fine, which was not business-friendly.
Well, I'm very concerned that you're talking about a rollback. COVID's not going away. COVID is not going away. Yes, we'll have a vaccine. Yes, you have different departments that have lost people to this project. I don't know if you have them out in the field doing this all day. They use their 10-hour workday all committed, they've left the clerk's office, let's say, and are committed out in the field for the whole 10 hours, meanwhile the clerk's office is doing without an employee? But to me,
We did. I mean, we have 20 departments, and we went to each department, and we asked, I mean, we worked with each of the chiefs to determine what departments could afford to temporarily let employees go into this program. Now, I would not be as concerned, I'm not, about downsizing temporarily, because if let's say we get another spike,
Yeah.
and it got serious again, not to say it isn't serious now, and we needed to reestablish a higher level of staff support for the program, we could go back again, reassign again, and reinstate a more aggressive effort. I think our intent right now is to scale it back and use a targeted approach. I think what we've learned from this is, I think as Robert's just indicated, is that we're finding most of our non-compliance in those areas where we have higher infection rates. So with that scaled back staff working with existing, now realize we have existing business licensing staff, enforcement staff that does this by job description. Between the two, we have enough to continue a targeted maintenance program to continue what we're doing, but not at the level we were at. We're looking at now maybe 10 or 12 people, as opposed to 65, which is where it was previously.
Okay, so the thing is, though, the flexibility to the program, if there's a spike and we have to, you're looking into that, what I mean, this is gonna be like this. We don't know when there's a vaccine, if it's gonna be able to fix all the variations of COVID that are out there, as I have been told there are. So what you're reporting on is for this time, this place now, in this current red zone spike.
Correct.
And so we know there'll be another spike, or we assume it. So this is in preparation to give you the tools to be looking at it for the future. But this is the data that goes up to show the governor, we're working hard to comply, don't shut us down again, for heaven's sakes.
Absolutely, and again, all of this data is shared with via the county. Additionally, Jace reminded me, we've also, through our communication channels, been communicating out there the results of what we've been seeing. Particularly, what I want to emphasize is, originally, we were seeing, the 10, 20% non-compliance in some of these things. But through this empirical process of being able to be out there and have this many bodies observe literally thousands of licensed business locations, we're able to show that our compliance rate is very, very high. Our compliance rate is in the 90% of our 90+% of our businesses are doing what the mandates are requiring and asking for in the effort to keep the community safe. So that's a very important piece of our story to tell. To Scott's point, the program has now completed. This is the end of its 30-day period. We are taking, we didn't get to the full original goal of 100 as indicated. We did get to 65. 50 of those were in the planning department. 15 were assisting with parks. The 15 in parks have already been released back to their normal jobs. At the conclusion of this week, the vast majority of the ambassadors that were assigned to the planning department will be released back to their jobs. We had a goal of trying to keep 12 ambassadors with planning to help augment what we have with our compliance officers. However, because as Scott mentioned, we have other programs. School starts on Monday. Some folks that have been able to join us from YDSI are going to now be needed to help address the fact that students aren't physically in school. So we have centers that have been stood up to provide them physical locations to go. So those staff, so we're probably going to be closer to 8 or 10 ambassadors that are going to remain for a couple more weeks with the compliance team as of right now. And as mentioned, we are targeting very specifically those Southern Nevada Health District designated zip codes where the cases are the highest, because that's where we want to focus our efforts. And at the end of the day, I just want to make sure that for the staff that's been working on this, the team that has been working hours, as you said, folks that were used to being in office jobs and at rec centers helping, have been out in the field, out in the summer heat, doing this job and doing an amazing job of collecting this data and helping our business community because they believe that building community to make life better is our goal here. And so with that, I can take any questions or any.
I'm sure there are plenty. I just want to ask one thing. Did the city mandate or give or help people? I mean, you said it right off the bat, no shoes, no shirt, no mask, no entry. Any signage? Because to me, you walk in, I remember the very first week when they had it up at Smart and Final, and that lady at the door just turned them away right away. Does the city have a sign that we were giving businesses or have gone into the businesses and said, we highly recommend the sign be at the front door so people know you don't have a mask on, you're not coming in?
Absolutely. So we worked with the communications office to print the signs. The signs are actually the standard sign that was established by the Nevada Health Response.
Okay.
So it's not a city-branded sign, it's the community sign. We printed a bunch of those to go out with the ambassadors and with the compliance officers. In fact, before the ambassador program began, we had our compliance officers out there on a pure education mission. They were going out and hitting as many businesses per day as they could. Again, we're talking about 8 people though, so there's only a finite number of businesses.
Right.
But that was their only mission, was to hand out copies of those signs that we printed so that they could have them, hand out an information sheet so businesses could find the resources online so that they could take advantage of some of the programs that our EUD office offered for helping businesses get PPE and what have you so they could reopen. Our efforts really started out education, but as education needed to move into compliance enforcement, as we moved into that red zone designation, we've maintained education as a part of every interaction. None of our interactions, even if we're giving you a notice of violation, there's still an education component, because at the end of the day, our goal is to have businesses in compliance. It's not to fine people, it's not to close businesses, it's not to hamper that activity. It is to have businesses that are operating in a safe and productive manner for the city of Las Vegas.
Well, my main concept, and you've seen it on my desk, inspect what you expect. And if we don't keep out there, we will be shut down by the governor again if he puts us in the picture with the whole region. We are responsible for the city, the 650,000 or whatever, and those confines alone. We're not responsible for south of Sahara, who cares, in the middle of the city or out anywhere else.
Right.
We are responsible for this. And my biggest fear is, as our data gets included in the regional data, that we could then suffer the consequence of having small businesses shut down or other businesses. So I don't know how you don't keep inspecting what you expect till the COVID virus is in some type of being handled. What we do. So I just want to thank all the people that were employed in different departments for all their efforts out in the field, and let
Madam
everybody
Mayor-
else
Madam
speak.
Mayor.
I think I've done enough talking.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, I've asked for this item to be called up to be voted on, and I'm going to motion for this item to be denied and ended, and let me explain why. As you've stated, our chief of staff, our executive chief in charge, which is Governor Sisolak, our governor mandates all of us. And the lack of communication to the council, and even though, Robert, your presentation was really fabulous, and if we were just going out to educate folks, that would be great. But I continually receive texts every day about our compliant ambassadors, so you call it. We're having city staff go out, and we're not just having them give out signs and educate them. We literally sent out basically staff as enforcers to go into all of the businesses and say, this is wrong, write them, maybe not violations, but when they call us and they're like, hey, your staff is in here and they're telling us to do this, or they're gonna shut them down, or we have everything, we have our code enforcement officers. So to put 65 more people out there, which, by the way, Henderson did not do, Clark County did not do, North Las Vegas did not do. We were the only municipalities to do that because we know that the Governor Sisolak, is pretty hard on the city of Las Vegas, and we wanted to show the governor how great we are. But even when we show the governor how great we are, the governor has his own opinion about what we're doing. When we have a region that the other municipalities are not going above and beyond and not going into those businesses and telling them, don't do this, we're going to shut you down, don't do this. And this is a continue. I just got another one last night. People were at a restaurant and they were petrified of the city, not the county, not North Las Vegas, not Henderson. So I've been harping on this for the last month. As you guys, talk about winding it down, it's really nice, the numbers that you show that most of our business is in compliance. But at the same time, in plain language, not politically correct, not as sweet as yours, we have sent out 65 snitches into businesses to then call code enforcement on them to harass them. When everyone else, if a neighbor complains or someone goes in there and someone's not wearing a mask, they'll call code enforcement. And they'll say, you know what, I went into this ice cream shop and, they're not wearing a mask and I don't feel safe. Well, then you send code enforcement in. But to double down, and here's the biggest thing, and to do this without letting us know. So then we can send an email out to our constituents and say, hey, by the way, we're going to send these ambassadors out. We're afraid of the governor and we want to make sure we're doing everything right. So as pretty as your presentation is, the bottom line is, I am not in agreement with sending 65 folks out there to snitch on our businesses when they are struggling through COVID and then call our code enforcement. We have our code enforcement division, so does North Las Vegas, the county, and Henderson. We have them. So if there's a problem in a business and a customer complains or a neighbor complains, great, right? I guess many people are forgetting to love thy neighbor. But for me to support sending more code enforcements out to please a governor who doesn't even like us anyway, I do not support it. And I'm going to vote it down, and my motion is to deny this ambassador program.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councilwoman Seaman, then to Councilwoman Diaz, and then anybody else, as you indicate. Please, Councilwoman.
So I have a question. How many active code enforcement, apart from the ambassadors, the compliance officers, do we have?
We have 8.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, through you, we have 8 business compliance officers.
All right, so I agree with the mayor that we're responsible for the hardship. We're responsible for the city, but the hardship of this ambassador program that has been put on the city and the departments, when I think we trusted big corporations, Costco, Target, to social distance, et cetera, I think that we can trust our current code enforcement when there's a complaint to go out. And I would agree with the councilwoman of Ward 6 that I think we should send people back to their departments and allow our code enforcement compliance officers to handle these complaints. We do have OSHA out there, as you mentioned. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, yes, this, through you, Madam Mayor, Councilwoman, yes. So in addition to our efforts here at the city on our licensed businesses, you have Business and Industry and OSHA that is doing their own separate process through dealing with state licensed businesses.
And the governor's directive, I think the governor should put in place, as well as he already has OSHA. It's just too much of a hardship on the city. So I will agree, I support her motion, Councilwoman's motion to end the ambassador program.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Seaman. Diaz, I'm sorry, I just did Councilwoman Seaman.
It's okay, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I am going to disagree with my colleagues about the disagreement over the value that this ambassador program brings to our city. We know that the sooner we can flatten that curve and stop the spread, the quicker we can get back to reopening business. And we, as the City of Las Vegas, also have a responsibility to ensure tourists and visitors that our city is safe to visit, that we are going above and beyond to make sure that we're not following just state CDC guidelines or expectations, but federal. Now, this all started because the federal government did come to our state. They came to examine why our numbers were going so off the charts in the direction that we're not supposed to trend. There were too many positive cases, and the federal government came in. Now, after they came and they gave us their report and they gave us things to do, the regional leaders had conversations. And I want to applaud our city manager because he actually came up with 2 solutions of how we were going to lessen the numbers of positives in our community, and he sent that directly to the governor before he was even asked to. And as a result of that, the governor then prompted a regional plan for every municipality to say, what are you going to do to step up for our Southern Nevada region so that we can flatten these numbers, so that we can reopen our economy the way that our families need it? Everybody who's laid off right now, you don't think they want these numbers to go down? You don't think they want their job back? You don't think they want their financial stability? Yes, they do. But we have to do our part too as a regional leader and player in Las Vegas. We have to ensure everyone we're doing everything on our part. Now, when OSHA goes to visit the sites, they're getting fined pretty heftily. They're seeing $4,000 fines, $8,500 fines. I'd rather we have this ambassador program where we're checking in and saying, hey, by the way, make sure that your employees are masking up to keep our community protected so that we can reopen our doors, so that we can see the volume of people we need in order to get people back on their feet. We are limping along, and this program is going to be a boost that we need in the arm to get through these difficult times. And I am going to stand by it. My area, 89110, a hot zone, a hot spot. We need this intervention. We're finding people that are not complying. And COVID is not something that happened yesterday. We've been hearing about COVID since the middle of March. Businesses need to support us, need to put into place what we need to keep everybody safe. We need to drive these numbers down. We need to reopen our economy. We need to get people back to work. My constituency need to have a job to get to. So I fully support this. This should be happening. And we're not doing it hefty-handed. And we don't have the bodies in code enforcement right now to do it. I've been reaching to code about other code-related matters. They don't have time to take COVID cases. They're doing their regular bulk of work. So I full-heartedly support this ambassador program because it shows that Las Vegas City Council and Mayor are a leader in this space, that we're not sitting idly on our hands. We take this threat seriously, and we want our community to be back at work.
Thank you. Councilman Creer, and then Councilman Knutson, and then Mayor Pro Tem if you're wanting to address. Councilman Creer, please.
Thank you. I think that Councilwoman Diaz really summed up what I was going to say. I applaud our city manager for being proactive in this. I don't think we're in a position to pick and choose of which of the state's laws we want to try to help or enforce. And if businesses are not enforcing, then they should be, told to enforce what's happening. We're all in this together. We're trying to get through this as quickly and as expeditiously and as safely as possible. And I think that if businesses want to be open, which we all want them to be, then they're going to have to comply to the regulations that are set forth amongst all of us. And if you don't, then that's fine. Then don't open and just operate your business as you choose to. But to have more people recognizing this and to try to be proactive in helping businesses instead of being the Gestapo that is being portrayed, then that's not the case. And I am in full support of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Knutson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Mr. Summerfield. Thank you so much for the presentation and for your team of 65 plus, your real team going out and helping to keep people safe. I'm grateful and appreciative, and hopefully your team knows that. And Mr. Adams, I think this is an amazing idea, and I support you and the actions you've taken during this incredibly stressful, difficult, miserable time. This is an impossible situation. One thing I know for sure is that everyone on this council wants businesses to open. Everybody wants that. Everybody in our community wants COVID to go away. I think we have an obligation to do everything in our power to keep people safe and healthy so that we can be safe and healthy, but also look safe and healthy to the outside world. If people do not visit Las Vegas will not exist. It's basic. Our strip corridor, the visitors that come here, they have to feel safe coming here. And if they do not feel safe, and right now, it's questionable if it's safe to come here or not. We need to make sure that they feel safe coming here. That includes every small business that we operate. We cannot act like we don't have control, and we have a responsibility to our residents and business owners to do everything in our power to keep them afloat. I fully support the efforts of the city manager and your team, Mr. Summerfield, and I'm really grateful for the fact that we've been on the leading edge of trying to keep our city safe and compliant. Irrespective of what the governor thinks, we're doing everything we can to make sure that our residents are safe and that we do everything in our power to make sure that our businesses can stay open during COVID. And right now, there's 1,134 people that have died, so that's a far cry from where we were when this first started. It behooves us to not act in a very decisive manner and do everything possible to keep people safe and healthy. And inaction is not appropriate, in my opinion. And unless there are other ideas to keep businesses open and to keep people safe and healthy, then simply pointing out things that don't work is not useful. We should be constantly working to be better. So I fully support your team, Mr. Adams and Mr. Summerfield, and look forward to continuing our efforts to make people safe and healthy so that businesses stay open.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Anthony.
Okay, good comments from everybody. I think the way I want to start mine is when Mr. Adams mentioned when he first started this program, there was a certain spirit that he wanted to spread out there when it came to ambassadors. And that's a good comment. I mean, the way this first started was we were going to send out ambassadors and try to keep people in compliance and keep our community safe, and I understand that. Since then, some issues have come up, and I think the main one is the employees that we assign to this ambassador program. I actually feel bad for them because they have a certain expertise in a particular area in the city, and then they were put into these positions to go out and inspect businesses, and I just don't think that it's possible to give them the information that they need to do their job as an ambassador. And the perfect example is today. We had a directive issued Friday, and our city manager, and I understand it, can't even explain what the directive stands, what it means today, Wednesday, 4 days later. And we're supposed to tell ambassadors to go out and inspect based on a directive 4 days later that we still don't understand. That doesn't make sense to me. So we're really putting these people in positions where they're going out to businesses, and I've heard from businesses saying an inspector came out. They don't know whether they're ambassadors or whatever. They came out and inspected their business, and they told me this was a violation, and then I look it up, and it's not a violation. And it's not because the employees are bad people. They just don't have the information to go out there and really do these inspections. So it's working in that we're going out there and we're talking to businesses, but it's really not, it confuses people and it confuses businesses when they're told one thing and then they're told something else, and then they think they're doing the right thing and then they're not doing the right thing, and it just causes a little bit of confusion. I'd much rather have our code enforcement people who are code enforcement trained in inspecting public health issues, let them do it. And our current ambassadors, we need to really get them back to what their expertise is, what their focus is, get them back to work. They have a job at the city, they know how to do that, they're experts at it, and get out of this ambassador business and make it complaint driven. If a business is not following COVID-19 regulations, then they're going to call us, just like a pool is green or any other public health issue. They're going to call us, and we're going to go out and inspect it with experts that understand a directive that is given by the governor. So That's really my issue with it. And the other thing is, like it was brought up, I mean, we're really the only ones doing this. It would have been nice if we all got together and said, hey, we're all going to have ambassadors. The county's going to have ambassadors, North Las Vegas. We're all going to do this together. We're all going to be trained together. We're all going to understand what we're doing. So we don't get this impression by businesses in the city, which is a perception by businesses in the city, is that they are being targeted because they're in the city of Las Vegas. Businesses in other jurisdictions in Southern Nevada are not going through this ambassador program, so the city businesses think, hey, they're getting picked on, you know, and maybe that's not the case, but that's the perception out there. So in the spirit of the ambassador program, when it first started, I think it was a good idea, but I think it's lost its usefulness, and we need to get our employees back to doing their jobs and allow our court enforcement people to be complaint-driven when it comes to public health issues, just like any other public health issue. So I'm going to support the motion to go back to the way we were.
Thank you. Okay, what I'd like to do, Mr. Summerfield, I'm going to turn to Mr. Scott. I would assume public comment's okay here?
Yes, yes, Mayor, if you like.
Okay. I have a gentleman, Robert Kingston, on this issue. He'd like to make some comments, and certainly Mr. Summerfield, please have a rest on your legs, but don't go far. And then anyone else who'd like to comment. And do we have anybody online? No. Okay, thank you. And sir, if I could, thank you.
Robert Kingston, owner Saddlesburg Saloon here in Las Vegas. Mayor Goodman, City Council, support staff, City of Las Vegas. I really appreciate the dialogue. I came here today to listen to what y'all were talking about. I think it's very important for the business owner to understand the challenges that you face and how we can also help for the greater good of the community. So, as you know, being in the saloon business, of our business, tavern business, is very difficult for us locally here. We have been closed for 4 or 5 months. We were open from June 4th to July 10th. We've elected to stay closed for the very reason of all of the convolution of what is the real direction. We invested heavily before we reopened on July 10th to make sure that our customers were safe. Nobody wants to be that business that everybody's scared to go to. So there's a difference in the Las Vegas tavern owner community that overrides what is happening around the country. We are so heavily regulated. If you come into my business, the number of licenses that are stapled up on the wall are an indication of the amount of regulation that we have. And it's very disconcerting to me as a citizen when we take our business as serious as we do. And by the way, we had numerous inspections when we were open. It predated your program, but we had no issues whatsoever, no citations, no issues, because we take our business serious, because we're heavily regulated. Other parts of the country are a little bit different. As soon as you introduce a gaming element and other things into a tavern business, the level of seriousness and the way the business has to be run is elevated dramatically. I have come to know a lot of other tavern owners, as we've been trying to, as a community of like-minded people, try to navigate all of this. So I wanted to listen today, but I wanted to impart maybe a little bit of perception that may be to your benefit. That's why I chose to speak. The navigation of the rules is very difficult for us. For us, we need to understand what the rules are so we can train our staff, so we can make sure our staff are doing what they need to do, and then we're good community partners for the safety of our community. What we have been finding in all of our dealings, and I've been in this business now for 6 years, and we have had nothing but great relations with City Business License Office. They have been extremely supportive of us. They have been very responsive with answering questions and whatnot. Where the frustration appears to be is in the multi-jurisdictional part in the valley, differences between the different entities, and then the flow of what the intent of the governor's office has been to the local business operators. So in our conversations with City Business License, we have found we're reaching to try and understand so we can train and we can kind of carry the torch and what is the right thing to do. And the city is falling short in getting that information that they need from the governor's office in order to help us. So you can go out and enforce or inspect, or whatever word you want to call it, all day long. You're going to find the tavern owners are very serious. You're going to find the tavern owners will cooperate with you, and you're going to find that the tavern owners are interested in what the right thing is to do. You can accomplish all of that simply by providing them with the information that they need in order to operate their business. In the tavern business, everybody likes tattling on their competitor. I've learned that. If my business is doing something we're not supposed to do, everybody else in the industry is going to report us, and your code enforcement group's going to come there. So with all due respect, I don't know the value proposition there, but we have no problem, and we had no problem ever being inspected. Whatever is the right thing to do is the right thing to do. The last thing that I wanted to share with you guys is, being closed 4 or 5 months, you can appreciate the drain of our savings and resources in order to survive this. And also the employee element of that, and how we're decimated that way. So what we find is, while the entities are trying to interpret Directive 30 that came out last week so that we understand what we need to do in order to be responsive to it, there still remain questions in terms of gaming machines and how close they can be to this and how far they got to be. This is all going on where every day is loss of more money and the potential of more taverns going to the brink of bankruptcy. So timing is of the essence. For a plea from the tavern community is that the local government somehow figure out how to carry forward these directives from the governor's office, or have the governor back off and let the local entities work with the business owners in order to make it work. I just wanted to share that perspective with you, for someone who's been in the trenches, installing touchless faucets. I mean, everything you could imagine to keep our customers safe. We're really not the bad guys that we've been singled out to be. We're very responsive, we're heavily regulated, and we're seeing our customers go COVID positive while they're at home because they have an innate desire to socialize. And there's desert raves, and there's parties at the lake, and there's backyard barbecues, and all of those things that are not regulated things. So why punish businesses that are trying to help you regulate? Because people are going to go and have a good time however they're going to do it. So I think from a community perspective, targeting and punishing certain businesses is not really the answer. I think the answer is for the community to work together to do the right thing. And what is the intent of what we're really and truly trying to accomplish? If we're trying to accomplish limited spread and saving lives, we can argue all day long if a replacement machine, so I'm not saying that the machines in the bar top is an inch or 3 feet off the bar, it doesn't make a damn bit of difference in terms of saving lives, in my opinion. But it can make a big difference in terms of saving businesses and saving people's livelihoods by their ability to work with what we're trying to navigate now. We've elected to stay closed and are still closed today, waiting for clear direction of whether we can or cannot use our bar tops. So the business license group is solid. We've had nothing but great success working with them. The last 6 years, they've been very responsive. We look to them to get the answers. They're struggling getting the answers from higher authority.
Thank you.
And you guys need to know that.
Thank you. Appreciate your coming
Thank you.
down. I'm going to hold the rest of the public comments to public hearing because we need to move the agenda. And thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Kingston. I would have to tell you, too, the directive from the point of March 17th with the shutdown at the city, this city has been doing everything it possibly can to make sure it is conveying information. The reality is the governor, when he shut down our city and this state, did not have a plan in place of how that was going to fall out, or to go ahead further and how to reopen it, be it in phases. We, because he is the chief executive elected by the majority of the people, he is the chief executive. And we have no control over whether bars may open or may not open. All we are trying to do is to make sure that our city, for whatever gains we've made, that we stay as strictly in compliance as we can, come up with new ideas to make sure that all business gains that we've had so far remain open. and nothing's perfect that we're doing. I can assure you, if we could open back up, keeping people safe, we would do so, and we would have done so. This has been 5 months without a plan, and we didn't know when this Article 30, or whatever its title is, came out. Just the other day, we were not informed because the governor is no longer having press conferences. It's done by a press release. And so for us to be rolling with this, it's a very, very challenging time, because every single one of our phones and emails and online social media, we are inundated by all the people in all the hotels that worked that are out of work, by small business people have lost their livelihoods. And the future is doing this continuously all the time. And if we worked harder, we couldn't give you, Mr. Kingston, or anybody else, any more information, because the governor keeps changing the game plan. And so this is not something we could do. And I must say that all we can do is try to come out new ways to stay out of the range of being shut down again, because we're not in compliance, or we're perceived not to be in compliance, that we are a bright red zone. And those areas, we are trying ways to say, we're working on it, we're working on it. And so the soft touch of the educational component of the ambassador plan was something that was a great way, as Mayor Pro Tem has suggested, in concept to start. But the reality is, as we go through these efforts to try to stay open with what we have and get to a point that we can get back to business as usual, we're going to have to keep rolling with the punches. So to me, we need more ideas. How can we do it? When you go out and a business out in Ward 2 or 4 or 6, those are yellow zones, not these bright red zones. So maybe in the ambassador plan, which I don't know the answer, maybe only 1 or 2 ambassadors were working those areas, and we were concentrating in the hot red zones. All that's in my mind all the time are all these people that are calling hysterical, crying. They can't get through to Dieter. They can't get their PUA. They're out of work. They have families to feed. They don't have a job. Give me a job. Let me do anything. I'll dig holes. Get me a job so I can earn money and provide for my family and my elderly grandmother or whatever. This is a time that is beyond our control. The governor is the elected executive of this state. And we want to get information to him that we are doing our best every moment of the day. Do not shut us down again. We are one city. We are not able to even impact the region beyond our 150 square miles. Our business is to take care of the city of Las Vegas and the people and the property of our city. That is what we are elected to do, and that is what our charter and the legislative actions have told us, and our legal staff keeps us in line. Don't go out over your skis. Don't think you can affect change except by collegiality and trying to meet. But take care of what you have to take care of. Get our people back to work. And when in fact we know that there are 150,000 hotel rooms that had people taking care of them, the people working in restaurants, people working as door person and baggage carriers in the airport. We just laid off 1,000 people, some of whom must live in the city. We'd love to help the whole world, but we have to impress the governor who's in charge, who runs everything. We have tried, we beg, don't shut us down. Let us be the one to continue. People will come in. We need to take care of our elderly. This is a health issue with which we're dealing. But somehow now it's gotten into the intertwine of the health issue with the economics. And so now we have more health issues because they're a different kind. We have all our children now that are caught in this horrible web. But we needed to be concentrating on the health. And as far as this ambassador program, because I'm going off field and I shouldn't be, and thank you, Mr. Scott, for looking at me, I feel this right here. The reality is we have got to keep changing. We've got to find new ways in the most heavily affected to communicate softly. We're with you. We're part of you. We want you to understand that, and we don't know. 75 bars got together and went to court to affect a change in open. They were denied by the district court. They were denied. And we got a moment yesterday or 2 days ago that there was in this Article 30 that the governor had reopened the bars. Well, we didn't even know it at the briefings, and so our people are on the computer to see what's in this Article 30, where there's an inference, but it's not fact. And if we go ahead and do something that the governor says you can't, they'll shut the whole city down. So, this ambassador program, it was a concept to be immediate. First out of the gate, governor, we're in compliance. We're working to keep everybody in compliance. We're going to keep coming up with ways to go ahead and handle the city. Not the county, not Henderson. We can't go there. You've heard wonderful responses from every single member of our council, and every single member of our council, no matter what their opinion is and what they believe in their inner core, I can assure you 100% their whole focus is on what's best for the people in their ward, to keep them, number one, safe, number two, their property safe, keep them healthy, and keep them protected from this pandemic. And this pandemic isn't just one thing. It is broadly spreading into different types of COVID functions. And so we're going to be in this for a while. We have got to be creative. Everybody that has an idea, you send it into our city manager's office, and they will, in fact, work with the council. So for this one, my biggest concern now is what's the future plan? I have heard every member of council. We are hearing reasons why that I think are very valid, why there may be pushback, and their jobs, my job, is to listen to our community members. So there's some areas here, and what are the pros and cons, putting it all back in, as they've done in Henderson and elsewhere, and do it through fines. Is the ambassador program, as we have a spike, is that what's your, and I don't need a response, but we need to keep rolling with the punches, what's taken all the information, convey it to the governor, don't touch Las Vegas, the city, please. We're in compliance, and if we aren't, we're working constantly to show you that we are in control of our city and working hard to keep it open. So to me, as soon as you have an idea of how this is going to morph into the next step, hearing everything council is having, that is what needs next to be done. We need to figure out, and it may come from council members, and it may come from the public, it may come from staff. We don't know where those ideas are going to come from, but how do we educate different businesses and different people? How do we educate them that you're not in compliance, you need new signs? What are the things that we can be doing to help everybody understands? We get a whole pocket of continuous OSHA violation. I hear the governor, well, Las Vegas, city of Las Vegas, you're shut down. We're going to pull back and put you back in one, or we're going to put you back before one. We don't want that. We want to keep moving forward. And so this was an effort, and how it goes forward and what that plan's going to be. It can't be stable. And so how are you going to see it? And of course, for everyone out there, you know we're going to be having a new city manager who's going to have enough time to work with Mr. Adams to share and get everything aligned so we can continue to move forward in a positive direction. So all I can tell you is I appreciate every ambassador that's been there. I am assuming, because you're brilliant, intelligent people, that you have been putting a heavier concentration of ambassadors in the red zones and not in the yellow zones that are obviously in compliance. That makes sense. So to me, what is the future plan and how are we, the whole thing is what's the concept, what and how, what's the purpose? And I can assure you the purpose is to make sure that the city of Las Vegas is not shut down and that we continue to work to be in compliance, that we're approved, the information gets to the governor and he can single us out as working very hard in a plan and doing everything we can. So with that, I think our councilwoman, and I will hear from anyone else at the end in the second public hearing, and I apologize for cutting anybody else short on this, but on Councilwoman Fiore's motion to...
I have to change it, Madam Mayor, to motion to cease the Compliance Ambassador Program. And then this way, if we cease it, then maybe you can go on with getting some folks in the red areas, but for right now.
So the motion is to cease the ambassador program. And Mr. Scott, we're okay here?
You're okay, Madam Mayor.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
please, everyone, vote on the motion to cease the ambassadors program. Yes?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this wording to cease doesn't mean we're eliminating it. It just means we're going to...
It'll cease for now, Councilwoman, and if the mayor and you determine that it needs to be picked up, or the city manager deems that it needs to be restarted again, we can do that. You'll still have your compliance officers there, so they're not part of the, I guess they are part of the ambassador program to some degree, but they will still be doing
But
some of
what
the
I
work
guess,
that the
what I want to
ambassadors do.
know is, for example, if there's some council members that want it to continue in their wards, can it be continued for their wards, especially if they're red?
No, it's an up, well, if, in fact...
And maybe Robert can address this better, Mayor? I don't know
Where did Robert go?
Mr. Scott, because what the councilwoman is saying, and, you know, if she, because her spot's a red spot.
Yeah, there are
can
compliance
we-
officers that can be...
So I would like to cease the ambassador program,
Yes.
right? So it's not, but if councilwoman or
I'm not
councilman or
changing it, I
councilman
just wondered. Oh,
need
so I-
in their wards,
To have
right?
the
If that's
compliance
what they
officers?
want,
Yes.
groovy. I don't want to ever speak or paint a brush for their wards. But
Yes.
when I'm getting the complaints in my ward,
Yeah.
that's what I'm upset
The
about.
formal program that we had called the Ambassador Compliance Program would cease for now. You would still have those compliance officers, those licensing compliance officers that existed before the program started, they are still working. And if they, and I'm assuming if they needed help, okay, Robert, somebody. I'm
just
assuming if they
my-
needed help, that they would then be able to get that help.
I'm just confused because, I don't know, like, the motion on the floor doesn't necessarily correspond to what the mayor's kind of putting out there, that we will re-examine it, we will reevaluate it, we're not eliminating it
Again,
completely or
it's-
striking it,
Again,
but
ceasing
I'm-
means it'll cease for now. You're not completely eliminating the program.
Okay,
but
that's
it
what I
ceases
wanted
for
to make
now.
sure, so that it can be started
Yes,
again
yes.
with a
If-
different direction. I
Yes.
just want to make sure that we're not completely,
Yes, and that
Tossing
was
it
my
out.
intention with using the word cease, that it would cease for now.
Okay.
And then if you had a spike in cases, if there was an issue with regard to certain other red areas, you could pick the program back.
I'm just wanting to make that clear. Thank you.
So in follow-up to Councilwoman Diaz's question, ceasing for now means tomorrow, these ambassadors are gone, and are they, and one other question, second question, can each council person say, I want to curtail it today in my ward?
No, I think it's best that we have it just a continuous or a consistent basis throughout the wards, but I don't know exactly when their last either pay period or when their last cycle ends.
they're
So
both here.
we'll probably need someone to explain that.
Okay, because this, I mean, I think the question and answer by Councilwoman Fiore and talking this through and trying to get an arm around it if in fact it's ward-specific, which you said can't be. All right, so that eliminates that.
I mean, I guess we could go from red zones. Red zones, if you have a hotter zone, then maybe they can concentrate their efforts there. If it's a yellow zone where they're in compliance, you can lessen the number of ambassadors, but Robert will be able to tell you exactly when that period.
And what it
is.
means, do we cease it if in fact this is voted on in compliance with Councilwoman Fiore, that this stops the program immediately?
So, Madam Mayor, again, for the record, Robert Summerfield, Director of Planning. So my ask would be that that not be it. We are in the middle of the work week. These folks have already had schedules. They've already arranged childcare and other things so that they can complete their shift this week. I would ask that based on the motion that we cease at the conclusion of this work week, which is Saturday afternoon.
And I agree to that, Madam Mayor, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the vote would be then, for clarification, to stop the ambassador, what is it?
Cease the ambassador, compliance
ambassador program as of Saturday.
Yes, ma'am. And so with that, then we will just have, I want to be clear, we will just have compliance officers. Right now, the rate of complaints does not allow them to do any proactive activity in any ward, whether it's a red zone or not. So we will only have compliance officers at this time be able to respond to complaints that we've currently received, and those complaints are citywide. And we will hopefully at some point be able to do more proactive activity in red zones once their caseload is down.
However, you will then, with a program, any program that you're going to have, you will then come back to this council and say, here's what we are looking forward to doing next? How is this process? Because the future rollout.
So I think I heard you, I think everyone else has heard you, that you would like to hear about other plans or programs to address future spikes. I think that will be something that the city manager team and the other folks involved in that will need to think about what that program would be and how it would be rolled out in the future. At this point, though, based on this vote, we would cease the ambassador program, including the additional staff that we were going to retain into the next couple weeks. We would cease it on Saturday. And again, I want to be clear that that means we're down to our compliance officers. They have a significant backlog of complaints that they're addressing, so we will not have any proactive efforts. We will just be doing complaint-based follow-up.
And Madam Mayor, just to be consistent, we're currently spiking in Southern Nevada, specifically in Las Vegas. So the number of deaths go up significantly daily, our number of positives go up significantly daily. So we are in the midst of a spike and a hot zone as designated by the White House.
Well, I would like to add to this, which I mentioned as part of my comments. We are in the process of interviewing and moving forward with a new city manager. Fortunately for us, we have fabulous candidates. They're all in-house. I'm not sure of the date of when that individual will be taking the seat as the city manager. But I think from our acting director of HR, looking to be somewhere in probably a month from today, we should know who that is. So 4 more weeks. My sense is part of this decision, I would like to see the new city manager involved. And so because except for the annoyance of some people, because they're having to work with the ambassadors and code enforcement and everything, because it's not costing and you're down to 12. My feeling is I'm going to vote against the measure because I want the new city manager involved, and I just don't want to rock the boat and put us in a position of jeopardy. I want the new city manager involved. So my vote will be not against the concept and everything that's been said here, but to have our new city manager part of the ideas of how we take what is and either disband it or move it forward, and how. So there has been a vote called on this, and so that's what I'm saying. So please, everybody vote, and please post. So So my hope is through all of this did not pass. Do we have to have a vote? No. So as it is, it just stays.
The motion failed, and you just maintain the status quo for now.
Okay, so at this point, my recommendation and hope is, but I don't want to vote on it, I don't want anything with it. I want to absolutely keep asking for ideas, I want council to participate, but I definitely want our new city manager and the team who's done so well and come forward to us. Great candidates, they're your team, great people. And they've obviously been involved in all these discussions to come and be part of how do we protect ourselves, protect our people, their lives, their property, and that we keep the city of Las Vegas moving forward.
Madam Mayor, if I could just make a couple closing remarks.
Wait, before,
please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Adams, I just want to make sure, before you make your comments, we end council's comments, is that everything that your staff has said today at this podium, that you guys have scaled it down to 8 ambassadors, that there are not 65 ambassadors still out there. I would like a commitment that that is what it is. Can I have that?
No, I can't make that commitment. Let me.
Wait.
Okay, excuse me if I could,
So
Councilwoman.
wait, that's what you said.
No.
That's what Mr. Summerfield said.
No, the motion as you presented failed. What it means is, it's just the program stays, and correct me if I'm wrong here. So there's the flexibility to what happens. The program was maybe coming, it says, I think there were 12, Mr. Summerfield. Whether it varies, you're not, by the failure of the motion, does not demand that it only stays, that wasn't part of the motion. Okay.
No. The motion was to cease the program. That motion failed.
Madam Mayor, if I could?
Yes.
First of all, I think there were a lot of comments made by the entire council that we're going to take to heart. I mean, if there were situations, and it really concerns me, because I think I said in briefing, I spent my entire career as an economic developer working to be business friendly. So if we had ambassadors who are out in the field and being strong-armed when they went into a business, that's a problem. That's a problem for me. And if under any circumstances, if we continue it, we're going to work on that. Because the intent was to be business-friendly, not to be strong-armed. When we put this together, and it was founded under the premise that when the federal government defined us as being a red zone, and then the state came out and said there's things they're expecting in terms of additional actions to address being a red zone, we looked at the entire list of things we could do. There's only a couple that we actually have purview over. So I understand that we've got to come up with ideas for what we can do later, but realize as a city, under state law, we only have jurisdiction over certain things. And the two that identified, that our team we worked on, was we could enforce through our business licensing function, and we could, through our CARES Act funding, stand up more testing, because we had set aside money in the budget for that. But as far as other things that they were suggesting, they weren't within the statutory purview of the city of Las Vegas. They would be done by others. So we got to be careful. And then the third comment I make is this is a moving target.
All right.
This is not, well, there's every single morning, I crack open all the websites on infection data and look at them. And it's like this.
Right.
And so from moment to moment, you don't know where we stand, and you don't know exactly from moment to moment what strategic actions you have to take to address it. So it is going to be a very much on-the-moment, spur-of-the-moment strategy that we'll have to enact. And I know we had to put this in place quickly because it was required of us by the governor.
All right.
And then we immediately briefed on it thereafter.
But there is no action you can take unless it is in compliance with the demands and mandates of the governor. So to me, any ideas that you can be given, and the new city manager working with you until your retirement, we have to look at the variability every day of the governor changing his mind. And we have to respond to that first. We have to be in compliance, or we are going to be put back into Proposition 1, and we can't afford that.
To give you an example of what I mean, why it's a constantly moving target, I think I mentioned that the reason I didn't make the statement at emerging issues regarding Directive 30 was it was unclear. And the lack of clarity is this, and it just came out in a statement from the governor's office, that the mitigation task force that was provided for in Directive 30 will be meeting Thursday morning to consider the directive and as to whether to continue as originally intended or to create or place further restrictions. So we won't know till Thursday morning when the mitigation task force meets as to what the outcome of that directive is, which gives the businesses 1 day notice to put whatever they need to put in place to open, if they decide to open them. That's what I mean by spur of the moment. That's how it's rolling. And we've got, as a city, to have our teams, our licensing teams, on board with that definition, those interpretations, and ready to go out in the field to deal with it the next day.
Well,
And
my
so
hope is that you
it's
will...
not, it's a very much a moving target right now.
Well, my hope is that you're sensitive to 2, 4, and 6 and their comments as you're sending ambassadors that remain, whatever that variable is, you're sensitive to the net, and obviously sending people back to their departments to go to work where they're needed, and then just keep this moving and developing, but communicate with us at council level so we know what's happening. But I think the most important thing is and hopefully we will have some response from HR soon as to who wants to work with us.
Madam Mayor.
There you are.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, just for clarification, I also heard Mr. Summerfield, I know this is not set in stone, but that right now you've scaled down the ambassadors to approximately 8. Is that what I heard, same as Councilwoman Fiore?
Yes, her comment was down to 8.
Okay. And I think a suggestion on the remaining ambassadors, because this is not normally what they do. We got a text last night that a restaurant in my ward, the customers were told they had to leave their mask on unless they were eating and drinking at the dining table. So they said that this was a direction by the city. So I am just going to suggest that for the remaining ambassadors who aren't doing this, maybe a little more education on what the directives are.
And Mayor, I think there are 8 compliance officers, but I think there are more that make up the ambassador program, but maybe Robert can clarify that.
Oh, no, they were specific.
Madam Mayor, again, Robert Summerfield, Planning Director. To be clear, on the remaining ambassadors, as of now, the intent is to scale the program down to 12. Right now, because of the demands of some of the departments that need their people back, we're looking at that 12 could be as low as 8 ambassadors to remain, but it could be between 8 and 12 right now. We're still finalizing the number of people that are absolutely needed back to their department and what departments may be able to continue to go a few more weeks with allowing some of their staff to participate in this program.
But in the yellow zones, I mean, concentrate on the problem where the problem is, because the governor's not talking about the yellow zones. He's talking about the red zones.
Absolutely. The ambassadors that remain after this week, their focal area will be, as it's been, I mean, again, we've been throughout the city, but their focus, even at the 50 ambassadors, has been in those red areas, as I showed on the map. These remaining ambassadors, that will be their primary area. Again, compliance will occur throughout the city as it always does, but the ambassadors will be focused on these zip codes, which are multiple wards. I do want to be clear, those zip codes actually go across multiple wards, But we will be focused in those red zip codes and orange zip codes. Those are
Well,
where
and
the
I think
ambassadors will spend their
That's
time.
what I'm hearing, is they really want to help the people and the businesses that are there. And so do the visitors to those communities. So if you can just keep in touch with us and let us know how this is rolling along, and then ideas. Do you want them to go to our city manager, or should they come directly to planning? Where do you want the ideas? If people have some concepts of how do we comply with the governor's mandate, keep our city open, what are some suggestions you might have that won't cost the city money? We don't have any money.
So, Madam Mayor, I'm fine. As the planning director, I oversee our licensing operations and our licensing division. So, since this is really about business, I'm fine taking those, and I will forward what we received to the city management team for consideration and to the mayor and council offices, so that everyone is hearing what ideas are coming forward. I have no problem with that.
Okay, and certainly, too, from our council, as they get suggestions coming in, that they be forwarded to you. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Summerfield. Okay, let's move on to 74, where I'd instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from city planning commission meetings and dangerous building nuisance litter abatements.
Will do, thank you.
Thank you, and now we're into our second citizen participation. This is agenda item 75. Citizen participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the city council. No subject may be acted upon by the city council unless that subject's on the agenda scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, please. Give your name for the record, the amount of discussion, any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker's allowed may be limited. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Yes, we have them. Hi. And we have Daniel Breitstein, and we have John Johnson and Vera Moore. So please, and anybody else who doesn't have a card, you're welcome to. So let's give everybody, what time is it? What time is it? We'll be generous today because it doesn't look like they're tons. So give everybody 2 minutes, please. Thank you. Thank you. 2 minutes.
Madam Mayor, I asked them to pass out this listing of a number of items. The one I'm going to focus on is the inventors convention coming up. Normally it's live in DC, but because of everything, it's virtual. So it'll be Thursday morning from 9 to 2, and it'll be Friday from 9 to 2, and it'll be Saturday from 9 to 2, and there's no cost. It's virtual. I've been to the live ones every time I can, and it's a cross-section of successful inventors. It's a cross-section of bureaucracy explaining the tactics, so I encourage you to put it out. The good thing is about once it's over, people can still access it for the repeats.
Great idea.
So for the people listening in, all they have to do is go to uspto.gov and type in Inventors Convention or events, and they'll see it. And I'll give this listing to your individual back, and he can type that link if he wants to for the people listening in tonight. But it's a great idea, and as the city manager mentioned, we want to expand into new businesses, and there's one way to build new businesses to invent it locally versus paying Tesla $100 million in subsidies to come in. Just let us build it our own. The AFWorks convention, that was interesting. That was virtual. That was it covered a lot. It would have been great for the young women to hear it, because there was a female general leading the whole rebuilding of Tyndall Air Force Base, which has got wiped out by the hurricane. But one of the big things out of it, there was several. The big one is that there is no normal. Anybody thinking that we're going to get back to normal, you just have to look at Texas Station and Fiesta Station. Who knows what their future is, but they're closed. So the whole point is anybody that is on our bench to be city manager needs to come in with a whole new vista. They need to know social media. The Kardashians make $200 million on their social media, and we make, and we don't need to make $200 million. Maybe just 100,000, what the heck?
So thank you much.
Thank you very much. Okay, next, if you would, who's ever next, come forward and state your name for the record, please.
Hello, Council,
Hi there.
Madam Mayor. I am Mac Miller, and I am the Republican nominee for Assembly District 5. I am here because Ward 2 crosses through Assembly District 5 and also the county. So there are a number of people in the district, in Assembly District 5 and also Ward 2, that have received visits from city officials as well as OSHA. Specifically, one business receiving a fine in the hundreds, another business receiving a fine in the thousands. One of the complaints that I'm even getting, not even being elected yet, is that no one knows who their leader is, I should say. They don't know where to pay, who to pay. They don't know which rule, which mandate to go by. They're getting conflicting information. So on item 73, I actually was in support of ceasing that, but now that they're going to be specifically looking into the red zones, because Ward 2 isn't a red zone, but yet the businesses are getting hit real hard with fines. They're trying to bring their people back to work. So I'm here. I would have supported the cease of that had I been able to speak on it. But I'll close on one specific thing that I found in my research with regards to OSHA and on its own government site, where it specifies that personal protective equipment programs, the purpose of the personal protective clothing and equipment is to shield or isolate individuals from chemical, physical, and biological hazards. But it goes on to specifically say the use of PPE can itself create significant worker hazards such as heart stress, physical, and psychological stress. Now, while I know I don't want to impose a burden on this city to our great governor up there, and we don't want to close it down, and I'll even keep some of my protests regarding wearing masks to the county instead, but I think that the mayor's idea of making sure that the new city manager comes on with a plan and addresses that plan to move us forward, and I am in support of anything that's going to keep the city compliant so the mayor doesn't shut us down again. So with that being said, I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the council. Thank you very much. I'm Mac Miller.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next. Thank you.
Hi there. I'm Heidi Gustafson, and I'm with the Foundation for Recovery. I know I've spoken here before.
Yes.
Today I'm here to represent the Southern Nevada Health District and the International Opioid Awareness Day, which will be August 31st. International Overdose Awareness Day is a global event held on August 31st each year and aims to raise awareness of overdose and reduce the stigma of a drug-related death. It also acknowledges the grief felt by families and friends, remembering those who have died or had a permanent injury as a result of drug overdose. And so the entire planet is going to be in recognition of Overdose Awareness Day. We will be getting a proclamation from the mayor. Thank you so much. We have a website called nvoverdoseday.com, and we will be live streaming our virtual event from 6 to 7:30. You can just go to that website, click on the box, and it'll take you to the event. We would also like to give everyone a lapel pin so that they can wear it on Monday. And if you could help me with that. This is for the mayor. I think there's enough right there. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, thank you for your work
They
and
can
support.
place one on Michelle's desk too. She walked out. So anyway, thanks again for your support.
Thank you.
And
Thank you for
that's
coming
it.
down.
And everyone have a great week, and thank you for letting me share.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your input and your work. Okay, anyone else wishing to be heard, please? Sure.
Good afternoon.
Okay, do you mind taking your mask off?
Thank
Just
you,
so
Madam.
we can see
Thank
you, you can put it right back on.
Thank you very much for reminding me. Patricia Reed, 5816 Red Umber Avenue. Madam Mayor, I'm here to report another disturbing series of events that again proves that Ms. Fiore is incapable of upholding her oath of office. On August 14th, Ms. Fiore was on a local radio station and made several inflammatory statements. Madam Mayor, are you aware that Fiore agreed with a statement by the radio show's host that the NAACP is gross? Are you aware that she said the NAACP is gross? Have you heard anything about how she then went after the organization's president with unfounded character attacks? The public needs to know that Findlay Automotive Group canceled their advertising with this radio station that hosted this show, and it's been met with widespread praise and recognition. She boasts about her constitutional rights, but she's also attacked those of us who come here to exercise our First Amendment rights. But what's most alarming is that Ms. Fiore has admitted that she has digitally stalking her constituents. She says that Expel Michelle is not a threat, but yet she's calling her Ward 6 constituents and asking them to remove their names from the petition. That is a desperate act for something that is a non-threat. Ward 6, do not be intimidated by this woman. She now has 40 reasons to be removed from City Council. For the rest of the council, heed these lessons and note that supporting this woman will come at a cost, be it financial, moral, reputational, or otherwise. I hope that you too, Madam Mayor, along with your current city manager, will have the courage to condemn this woman and fulfill your oath of office with immediate dismissal. And I thank you.
Next, please come forward and state your name for the record.
John Johnson for the record. I'm the Executive Director of Empowerment Through Training and Education. Probably about 4 months ago, working with another nonprofit, we start focusing in on the issue concerning ex-offenders and the ex-offender population. So after doing a lot of research and talking with the Department of Parole and Probation, we found out that there's about 300 to 400 inmates that go over their parole day due to lack of housing, because unfortunately we don't have the services as far as housing to house the ex-offender population. So after I did my research in the different municipalities, one of the biggest issues that I found out is that some of the ordinances are overbearing or sometimes can be overregulated. After having a conversation with a couple of council members, Councilman Coonston, Councilwoman Olivia Diaz, I found out this morning from Councilman Coonston that there is a variance here in the city. So if I find a facility that may be, inside of that 1,500 feet for a church or a daycare facility, I can actually come to City Council and ask for a variance. So that actually does help. But one of the biggest things also is financial money. It costs to have, zoning permits, it costs for rent and stuff like that. So what I'm coming to ask the City Council for today is some assistance in helping focus in on the ex-offender population and finding some solutions to address this housing crisis for those who are on parole and probation. Another thing that I want to ask, that actually it was Councilman Coonston's idea of maybe if we can talk to our other jurisdictions, the county, North Las Vegas, and actually come up with something that all the jurisdictions can work with and try to actually solve this problem. Because if you talk about helping ex-offenders and lowering the recidivism rate, what does that look like, and how can we actually work together with the city to solve this important issue? Thank you.
Well, I'm glad you've had commentary with Councilman Knutson, and I recommend highly go back, please. He's full of information and references as well. So thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Good morning. My name is Vera Moore, and I am the Director of True Beginnings.
Could I see your face just quickly? You can put it back on. Lovely. Thank you.
Yes, I've spoken with you, Mayor Goodman, a couple of times. I am piggybacking on John Johnson. Like I said, I'm the Director of True Beginnings. He's coming asking for a solution. I think that what's extremely important here is humanity, right? And getting away from the economics of it all, just as you mentioned in regards to COVID. So being a part of Plan Action and Mass Liberation, and we are fighting for prison reform at this moment, we see that COVID is not just affecting our city, but it's affecting those individuals that are on the outskirts. Those individuals will be coming home. We have 500 individuals that are coming home from incarceration every single month here to the Las Vegas and Southern Nevada region. And where are we going to put them? Once they expire, like they said, they can't come home until they're expired from their sentence. Once they expire, then they make up 11% of our homeless population. So if city council can get together with all the other jurisdictions, and we lift the ban where the state is stating that, oh, you have to have all of these things in order, and we just go by housing these individuals, such as a regular investor would have a property for 5 or less individuals living in a home, we can house these individuals coming home as opposed to looking at it as a business and looking at it as a safe property. So that's the solution in itself, as opposed to the city collecting $500 here and then the county collecting another $250 and then the state collecting $10,000 per year from smaller organizations such as myself, when all we want to do is help. It's a public safety issue. When these individuals come home, because we already know that prisons and jails are incubator right now for COVID. So when they come home, the problem is going to increase. It's not going to get smaller. We can do everything that we can out here with the ambassador program, with OSHA, with wearing our masks, but these individuals are going to come home. And when they come home, they're not going to want to abide. So you need places such as Divinity House and some of the other organizations, the smaller ones, that are putting these individuals together and saying, hey, if we do all of this and we work together as a team to become productive citizens within our community, our fine community, as we say, Vegas
idea.
strong, right? This is a community effort.
Thank you.
But there are smaller organizations such as myself that is willing to do the work. And we're not asking for large
I'm
sums
going to
of money,
highly
'cause HUD
recommend
has
you
it.
make an appointment also with Councilman Knutson
Absolutely.
of Ward 1, because he has a fabulous relationship in the region with all the region people, and this is a regional project that really I couldn't concur with you more. But he has a wonderful relationship with the county and the other municipalities, so I highly recommend you call Ward 1 and Councilman Knutson, make an appointment, and he at least can guide you through some possibilities.
And I appreciate that, Mayor Goodman, but I really like to know that we have the support of the city as we move forward in doing this.
Thank
because
you.
it's absolutely mandatory that it's
Okay.
not just one person and then you guys are fighting amongst each other.
Right.
Okay.
No, he definitely would be the one, because we also have Kathy Thomas Gibson, who's fabulous
Wonderful.
with the referrals we have.
And I'll
So
keep
best
emailing
deal.
you. Thank you so much, Mayor Goodman.
Thank you. Next. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to close that, and we will move on to Agenda Item 76. I think these are for you, Madam Clerk, if I could. And we will do City Council participation. Council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless the subject's on the agenda and scheduled for action. Are there any members of council who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? The answer is yes. There always is, so we'll start with Councilwoman Seaman, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I'd like to talk about our Small Business Saturdays. If you own a business in Ward 2, please reach out to my office, because every Saturday we put on social media a different business in the ward to promote their business. So you can reach us at 702-229-2420 or ward2@lasvegasnevada.gov, and we will be happy to showcase your business. So we have some animals that are absolutely gorgeous for adoption. We have Penelope, who is a female spayed, about 6 years old, about 50 pounds, up for adoption. We also have Charlie, who's a neutered male cat, 11 weeks old approximately, and 2.5 pounds. And then we have Brianna, who's about a year old, 62-pound female that is just waiting for the right home. And then we have Lucy, who's about 3 years old, a female 8-pound cat who's just beautiful. So if you are interested in adopting a pet, you can contact the adoption department. The phone number is 702-955-5901, or you can email them at adoptions@animalfoundation.com. If you need to reach out to my office for any reason in Ward 2, please call 702-229 2420. I have an amazing staff that is always available to answer any questions that you might have, or you can just email ward2@lasvegasnevada.gov. And if you'd like to follow up with what we're doing in Ward 2, you can follow us on social media at Victoria D. Seaman on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. You can also sign up for our emails by going to my website at victoriaseaman.com, or the City of Las Vegas. You can sign up for the city email for Ward 2 that will keep you up to date on all of our events and everything that we do. Thank you, Madam Mayor, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Let's go on to you, Councilman Creer.
Thank you, Mayor. The Department of Transportation invites you to participate in a virtual public information meeting for the Downtown Access Project. NDOT is evaluating alternatives to improve safety and travel time reliability on Interstate 515 between Rancho Drive and Mojave Road. Participants will learn more about the project. They'll be able to provide input on potential solutions. Alternatives are being evaluated, and some streets will be permanently closed that currently go under I-515, although no decisions have been made yet. This is a virtual meeting and will be live for 30 days. And during this time, you can view the information when it's convenient for you. The site will take you through the project as needed, project goals, proposed improvements, alternatives, developed dates, and proposed permanent street closures. You'll be able to provide feedback and ask questions as well. For more information, call 702-938-5440 or send an email to info@n.dap.com. A Bolden Community Coalition, Metro's Bolden Area Command will host their next coalition meeting on Thursday, April the 20th at 10 a.m. at 851 Stella Lake. COVID-19 safety measures will be in effect and face masks are required. For more information, call 702-282-3347. And once again, the Neon Museum is offering their pay-as-you-go every Tuesday in August. Members of the community and the locals can visit the museum and pay only what they can afford. For more information, contact 702-387-6366. And tickets are limited, and social distancing visits and can be scheduled in advance. For more information, you can also visit their website at www.neonmuseum.org. And don't forget, you can always sign up for a Ward 5 newsletter, and you can always contact my office at 702-229-5443. You can email Tanya in my office, tjackson@lasvegasnevada.gov. You can always stay in touch with us on social media and at Instagram at Cedric Creer, at Councilman Creer, and Twitter at Cedric Creer, and Facebook, Councilman Cedric Creer. Thank you.
Goodness, a lot of those. How many passwords do you have? I hate to be part of it.
That's good.
Okay, in deference to the softer sex, I'm going to counsel, and that may be considered problematic, but being a girl, it's fine. Councilwoman, I think I wiped you out.
I can let my colleague go first, it's no problem, but I'll go ahead and obey your order, Madam Mayor. I just want to make sure that our community is aware that the city is trying to step up and help families who may need arrangements now that virtual school is about to start and they may have to be at work. Wanted to just emphasize that we as a city know that your kids are important and we want them to be well taken care of while you're at work. So know that we have our Vegas Strong Academy running out of different community centers in Ward 3. We have them out of East Las Vegas Community Center, Stupak Community Center, and the East Las Vegas Library on 2851 East Bonanza Road. And the cost for the academy is $20 per day per child, or $100 a week. There's a registration fee that's charged at the time of enrollment, but there is financial aid that is available. And so we just want to make sure that we know that folks' hours have been scaled back. You know, people are maybe being called to work 2 to 3 times a week, and therefore we know that your income is impacted due to lessened hours. So we have some financial aid, so don't be shy. Please make sure you reach out, you let us know about all of that so we can get your children appropriately cared for. Our number to reach to get information about the Vegas Strong Academy is 702-229-6307.
I also wanted to make sure for those parents who are going to have their children going to school virtually that there's a partnership happening with CCSD and Connecting Kids. And Connecting Kids Nevada is aiming to make sure that every Nevada student in need of free, reliable internet or a device has one, so that their participation in school will not be adversely affected. We know that there are families that may not have devices, may not have Wi-Fi set up. So now more than ever, it does take a village to teach every single one of our kiddos. And I know that together as Las Vegans, we can quickly mobilize to spread the word about Connecting Kids, so that we make sure that all kids are set up for success for the first day of school. And for many, they've already started school in the last couple of weeks if they're private or charter, but CCSD is starting on Monday, August 24th. So we just have a few more days to hustle to set our kids up with all the necessary services for them to partake in their schooling this year. So if I had an update here from Connecting Kids, it's saying that they're already seeing benefits of this program. Over 5,500 people have called into them. Their number is 888-616-2476, or you can go online, connectingkidsnevada.org. So if you know anybody who's in need, please share that with them. And just my last thing about virtual connectivity is if you're having problems in terms of speed with your internet, or your internet is going out, please make sure you're doing your due diligence and you're notifying your internet service providers so that they can troubleshoot it on their end and figure out what's happening with your connectivity. Sometimes we just kind of shrug it off and say, oh, well, you know, it's slow right now, it's down right now, but with our kids going back on the net, it's gonna have an impact from those of us that are working from home, those of us that are hopping on for school. So it's so important to report any outages or problems we're experiencing so that they can go ahead and rectify them. So call each provider, the numbers are listed there, but I just wanted to say that sometimes we feel we're too busy or we don't want to take the time to call, but it's super important because it can get you better services so you don't feel frustrated about streaming things or having things buffering as you're trying to download, especially when we're doing video chats, right, or video conferences. The next thing I wanted to highlight is the Commercial Rental Assistant Grant Program. There is funding up to $10,000 that may be available to cover lease payments that have or will become due during the COVID-19 pandemic. This is more for businesses. It's not for renters or people who have their own home, but it's for small businesses. So eligible businesses and nonprofit entities have, prioritized paying rent over other expenses during COVID-19 pandemic are encouraged to apply. You don't have to be in arrears on your commercial rent to apply for this $10,000 grant, and grant applications will be accepted on August 24th at 8 a.m. and closes on August 31st at 5 p.m. So you have a window there of about a week. So please spread the word, and you can see on the slide there's an website where you can get more information about this. And I've been receiving more and more calls about our small business owners really being really tight on money and being afraid to be evicted from their commercial space due to non-payment. So make sure you spread that. Last two items is RTC. They want to hear from you. Make sure that you get your word in. They're going to have to alter the services and the routes that they provide to our community. Now is the time to really, really share your insights and feedback about what RTC should preserve and what they should try to avoid canceling, eliminating, changing, if it's going to have a negative impact on you and your ability to get yourself to and from your work or other activities. So make sure you go to www.rtcsnv.com for more information. And the last thing is we're still taking recommendations for our new park that is in the works for Ward 3. We're still in the planning stages for it, but we'd love to hear your wonderful recommendations. Call our office at 702-229-4623 or go to that links, https://cityoflasvegas.link/Ward 3 parks. And we look forward to hearing all the wonderful suggestions you have. And lastly, you know that we're here for you, to hear your needs and to do our part in helping you any way we can. Ward 3 at lasvegasnevada.gov or on social media, or my phone number to the office, 702-229-4623. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, and I'm sorry I sent everybody to you, but you're the ombudsman. So there you are.
Keep sending them my way, Mayor. That's my job.
Yes.
I'm hard as nails, by the way, hard as nails. So thank you for the time to talk about some very important events coming up for Ward 1. Next week, the Glen Heather Neighborhood Association is welcome to participate in a neighborhood meeting. We'll be talking about the improvements along Rancho and Charleston, as well as everything that they're interested in. That'll be the 27th of next week, and the residents of Glen Heather can attend in two ways, here in council chambers or via WebEx. The second slide is from our first park cleanup. We had several residents that showed up and wanted to see more. So I'm happy to say we're making good on our promise to continue reaching out to all of Ward 1 during our time social distancing. We'll have our next socially distant park cleanup at All-American Park, August 29th at 7 a.m. to 8 a.m., bright and early in the morning to avoid the heat. Bring a friend and wear a mask and RSVP to us so we can get ready to help clean up the park. And we'll have individually wrapped donuts and refreshments available. And I hope everyone continues to stay healthy and happy. If my team can ever be of service, please don't hesitate to reach out to us. Stay in touch for upcoming events, programs, and more. And that's all I have for today, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, our usual thanks to our IT program, our marshals, all of our staff that continues to be here religiously, even though it probably is assignment home time or something, I don't know. But our city clerk, congratulations, madam. Thank you. And to our staff, and especially a hard day today, Mr. Scott. Thank you very much. So with that, and for our public, stay well, stay in compliance, and know that we're with you and we hear you, and we hope everything resolves soon. We're just all the time praying, hoping, and working hard to make sure we're doing what we can be doing to comply. So thank you, and with that, we stand adjourned. Thank you.